Yes, I want to welcome y'all all to the 23rd album, Between the Protests. We're gonna have to rise on this, y'all. But just before we begin, let me spit on these cats. Fake rappers, I respect none. DJs too, you know my way, we ain't you. 5, 4, and 3 are taken and we ain't 2. 33 years later, we ain't through. Black lives been mad as yo, cause we ain't blue. Selling out the culture, that is something we don't do. They call me the teacher, that be so true. Cause I mastered the element of MCing like CO2. We so new, you know what we've been through just to survive. All this debate about the top 5, put it aside. Here's the real top 5 list. It's KRS, Blastmaster, KRS-ONE, the teacher, and Chris. Rappers going through some type of identity crisis. G.O.D. is my image and likeness, they don't like Chris. My mother is Aset, better known as ISIS. I drop on the set like Horace, where the mic is. I'm the difference between what the real and the hype is. What the wrong and the right is, what the darkness and the light is. But rappers wanna fantasize about battling me. They sleeping, I'm over their whole head like a canopy. I'm chilling in Atlanta sipping daiquiris. Don't come after me, I rapid fire, rap rapidly. It's a catastrophe, you not as fast as me. OG rappers coming after me, they ain't back of me. You wanna come after me, here's the truth. I'm invading your space like Al-Andalus. Let's get loose, you can't hang, I got the noose. When I train on tracks, I'm the engine, you the caboose. I'm sipping the Remy Mar while I salute Papoose. I don't battle young rappers, that's child abuse. I'll tighten the noose, put my hands on you like a masseuse, and daylight your soul like I'm pasta noose. You'll be calling for a truce while I'm cooking your goose. Got the deuce, so when you chickens come home to roost. Man, I'm mobile like Boost while they failing. So I'ma put them down under like these dudes was Australian. Rappers couldn't see me in the 80s or the 90s. 30 years later, they wanna act like they grimy. Now they wanna find me in the new millennium, but I'm a cannibal. I'll breakfast, lunch, and dinner them.
Yeah, I know sometimes it seems like you want to give up on your dreams, but you can't. You gotta keep dreaming. Without dreams, what do we really have to look forward to? So no matter what they tell you, never stop dreaming. And everybody just clap your hands. Yeah, 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 and everybody just clap your hands. I was just on my single path when I crossed the lane, had me crashing too bad. What I had was a dream I didn't even grab. What I had was a smile I didn't even laugh. A vision other than mad, a tip without sad. A drive that wouldn't let me drag, I was glad. But damn, myself is asking for proof. I was truth, all I had was deja vu of what I seen. That if I breathe music, I would live the scene. To be a hummingbird or a butterfly, wings, that's really in it all. I knew the cause, that's why I chose to play and didn't want to stay in no day of where it will all take place. Me on the stage, on the crowd waves, awards, tours, and the money I make. The words I say when it's my time to take a bow and place on the stage. And I'm where I thought I'd never be. And I'm where I thought I'd never be. And I'm where I thought I'd never be. Living out this musical dream, yeah. And I'm where I thought I'd never be. And I'm where I thought I'd never be. And I'm where I thought I'd never be. Living out this musical dream, yeah.
May 17th to the 23rd, 2021 is Hip Hop Appreciation Week. Our theme this year is peace. We're coming back around to that theme of peace.
This year's theme is peace.
Peace, peace, love, and unity.
As an ingredient, peace.
Lovely to see.
This year's theme is peace.
As an ingredient, peace.
Release peace, you be the flyers in these streets. With ease, you be putting the stews in these boots. When it speaks, the speaker can overheat. Still turn it up, these stuff they need to eat. Age slow we preach, consume, love and preach. Tune what you teach to whomever you reach. Each verse relieves thirst. I'm good one the first. Burst you out the frame with the whole universe.
Erratic, static, and it's always something. Erratic, static, and it's never calm. You got amulets and charms, so the evil eye doesn't do you harm. Many are deceased, so your pain and your hate, anxiety increase. You got more bullets and guns than police. Streets bring you grief. Simple like hip hop, yeah, we give you
freedom from violence. I look to you for guidance, just searching for preservation, guiando our direction, advice and protection. Es pa mi gente, somos fuertes, aguantando muy pacientes. El dolor se siente urgente, it's dire. Down to the wire, so don't sleep on the DOP, and that's my piece.
This year's theme is peace.
Peace, peace, love, and unity.
20th anniversary of the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace.
Peace, 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 everybody want peace. Let's all do our part, everyone is a piece of the puzzle. For violence the streets, united declaring victory over the streets. Peace, 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 everybody want peace. Let's all do our part, everyone is a piece of the puzzle. For violence to cease, cause those who unite will never see defeat.
Yo, peace is what we need for our nation to rise. It starts within yourself, it's a state of your mind. So if you're trying to change, give the patience and time, cause there's nothing more divine than the greatness inside. Once you good with self, you can share it with others. Fathers, sisters, brothers, taking care of our mothers. We following a purpose, we ain't caught up in the streets. We knocking out the beast with the confidence of peace.
Yo, it's peace from the gate, no hate in a reality. Louder than my album circumstance in actuality. I'm creating everything that I get. I say peace when I greet in the street. That's respect. Now reflect on my wishes. I'm sending it to the ethers. Baseline sinking my ears up to the speakers. Years in the bleachers, now he's found in the field. No weapon, a hand stepping in the piece is my shield.
Peace, not a beast. Fast, not a feast. Food we want the least. No peace, a disease. Chill with the breeze. Peace gets a freeze. Righteous once you seize. To heaven got the keys. Right mind, not blind, we shine, all fine. Spirit is divine, no time for the wine. Organic sanity, harmony, tranquility, a vital remedy. Energy I speak, we strong, not the weak. Temple of Hip Hop Appreciation Week 2021. Peace!
Peace, 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 everybody want peace. Let's all do our part, everyone is a piece of the puzzle. For violence the streets, united declaring victory over the streets. Peace, 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 everybody want peace. Let's all do our part, everyone is a piece of the puzzle. For violence to cease, cause those who unite will never see defeat.
It's so lovely to see the PEACE, the tranquility that has come to be. I had to fight for my right, corrupt cops up in the heights. No justice, no peace, so fuck the police. Now we stopping the violence with principles and science. Train the academics to predict the riots in the urban slums. AOD, where you from? Peace, love, unity, and safe fun. Joey
I swear there's an ongoing blood sacrifice. Death can't go home cause he doesn't have time. Every day the earth is stained blood of all forms of life. From someone pulling a trigger or plunging a knife. Saying, just doing my job puts him at ease until death does its job and the loved one is deceased. Remember, not the king, the grandmaster moves the peace. So let's master ourselves and begin with inner peace.
Hey yo, peace, keep bright, near the light, uplift each other, international culture of peace. I come from the school where knowledge reigns supreme. This year marks the 20 years of the DOP. How many hip-hoppers are still asleep? This is a culture we walk in peace. It's about the love, respect, principle, conduct. Took it and signed it in the UN. Let's rise, the time don't wait. This clean up time and don't be late. Peace.
As an ingredient to the building of society and to the building of community.
Peace, 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 everybody want peace. Let's all do our part, everyone is a piece of the puzzle. For violence the streets, united declaring victory over the streets. Peace, 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 everybody want peace. Let's all do our part, everyone is a piece of the puzzle. For violence to cease, cause those who unite will never see defeat.
As an ingredient to the building of society. Peace. Lovely to see.
This year's theme is peace.
Peace, love, and unity. Peace as an ingredient. Peace, lovely to see.
This year's theme is peace.
Peace, love, and unity. As an ingredient. Peace, 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 peace.
The world is changing. It's time to wake the fuck up, hip-hop. Don't squander your blessing.
I'm the man of the hour, tower of power. King of Babylon, where the soul get devoured. Wipe away showers, fucking with your body. Break the spells of Illuminati. I'm the man of the hour, tower of power. King of Babylon, where the soul get devoured. Wipe away showers, fucking with your body. Break the spells of Illuminati.
It's called a program, it's called television. Ingrained in our consciousness, worse than religion. Morality is fucked up, people don't seem to care. Even though the season is rising everywhere. These kids looking lost in their tight jeans. Parents look lost, never live their dreams. What's it all mean if it just keeps going? Technological holocaust keeps flowing. Staring at our phone, blind to each other. Compassion is lost from daughter to the mother, from father to the son. It's Armageddon. Are you really prepared for the days to come? Is your soul ready? Is your heart ready? Do you got the M16 and soul machete? It's war in America about to break loose. In a room coming through. Are you ready to move?
I'm the man of the hour, tower of power. King of Babylon, where the soul get devoured. Wipe away showers, fucking with your body. Break the spells of Illuminati. I'm the man of the hour, tower of power. King of Babylon, where the soul get devoured. Wipe away showers, fucking with your body. Break the spells of Illuminati.
I see the bird tribes in an altered state. See my aunt, see throat, look him straight in the face. The rumble of the bass, deep in the jungle. Planet of the apes, get ready to rumble. From the weight of the prophecy, come to fruition. Static friction, a war of attrition. I flow like water, stable like a boulder. Turn the table on the money holders. Focus like a soldier, protection of the border. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Hip-hop culture, why you all sleeping? The face of the industry is looking like a demon. I am believing, I am perceiving. The leaf of the tree is for our nation's healing. The blood of Abel cries from the earth like a lamb resurrected. Cast off the curse.
I'm the man of the hour, tower of power. King of Babylon, where the soul get devoured. Wipe away showers, fucking with your body. Break the spells of Illuminati. I'm the man of the hour, tower of power. King of Babylon, where the soul get devoured. Wipe away showers, fucking with your body. Break the spells of Illuminati.
My mind is free, ride the rainbow bridge. Balance
the negative with positive. Both hemispheres resonate alignment. God has decreed my earth assignment to shine my light in the darkest place, illuminate the souls of grace. It's face to face and heart to heart, and this is the space for us to start. Root shine red, I keep getting brighter. Sickle shine orange, I keep getting brighter. Solar shine yellow, I keep getting brighter. Heart shine green, I keep getting brighter. Throat shine blue, I keep getting brighter. Third eye indigo, I keep getting brighter. Crown shine violet, I keep getting brighter. My chakras align, and I keep getting brighter.
So many y'all playing with hip-hop. If your art ain't expressing something real, exposing the darkness, changing the consciousness of the world, then you ain't even an artist. We have to break down this racist system. We have to unite together and break it all down. Come on.
The hour, tower of power. Turn the Babylon where the soul get devoured. Blue wing showers, fucking with your body. Break the spells of Illuminati. I'm the man of the hour, tower of power. Turn the Babylon where the soul get devoured. Blue wing showers, fucking with your body. Break the spells of Illuminati.
Y'all keep playing. I keep on saying, just wake the fuck up.
It's the natural energy that takes over. Bars, weight, pounds, and rounds. In the morning, I fix my crown. I'm down from Jump Street. Deep in it, what's in it? I get it, it's me. Get you rocky from your head to your feet. And Godspeed if you ask me. Love to flex a smile when I feel hip hops around me. Indeed, I'm doing it, living it to the fullest. Ready like an itchy finger, ready to pull it. You knew it. Yep, I was born to do it, so I steady go with the flavor. The double-edged behavior of in the zone where wild styles can't save you. Love goes out to the ones who paved the way. As I play with words and converse, finding my way, making diamonds pop out of pressure. Through the passion, through the compressor, the type that no one wants to come and test us. Yeah. Non-stop of the hip-hopper, got that flow to get you in the hop. Let you feel the techniques that sticks to your bones with vibes. Get you high, pass me the mic, it's on tonight. Non-stop of the hip-hopper, got that flow to get you in the hop. Let you feel the techniques that sticks to your bones with vibes. Get you high, pass me the mic, it's on tonight. The hip-hopper, I stand for it by any means. Pass me the mic and I'ma rip it like a fiend, a non-stopper. Drop balls like slugs out the chopper. Who shot ya? Ready, steady with the flow deadly. My heart's felt like high notes from Miss Mary. Dropping jewels heavy, hopping with it, energy to move. What's meant to be, so I kick it, I'm in tune. Zoom in into the inner lens. I keep my senses in my essence. Nevertheless, I progress to express my steps as closer as I step. I'm hip to my hopping in from the womb. I get it and move. Ready, steady, do it. I just speak to me, it's fluid. Taking a stand on God's plan. One day you'll understand. Oh, man. One day you'll understand, man. Come on, yeah. Come on. Hey. The non-stop of the hip-hopper. Got that flow to get you in the hop. Let you feel the techniques that sticks to your bones. Vibe to get you high. Pass me the mic, you know it's on and high. The non-stop of the hip-hopper. Got that flow to get you in the hop. Let you feel the techniques that sticks to your bones. Vibe to get you high. Pass me the mic, it's on tonight. Yeah, it's on tonight. Pass me the mic, it's on tonight. Mics. Yeah, you know what happens when you pass me the mic, right? Desire nobility one. Put your ones up. Desire nobility one. The hip-hop non-stop. Yeah. The non-stop of the hip-hopper. Got that flow to get you in the hop. Let you feel the techniques that sticks to your bones. Vibe to get you high. Pass me the mic, you know it's on and out. The non-stop of the hip-hopper. Got that flow to get you in the hop. Let you feel the techniques that sticks to your bones. Vibe to get you high. Pass me the mic, it's on tonight.
the sacred womb of the goddess. Hip-hop is the only coming God polished. The return of the naked summon God's knowledge. Resurrected in the wake of nothing God honored. It is I, it is you, be it God's honest. The truth of what I'm telling you's beyond college. And any book they done took get divine wallets. Overlooked cause I'm hooked, they like your son's wildin'. I put these crooks back on shook, this is the mind styling. Reconnected by the essence of the soul force. Brought it back, still intact, straight from the soul source. Know where we at, still on track, riding soul's course. Stick to the facts, to what is black, knocking soul's door. This is the highest self-reflected on the teacher's teachers. For whosoever finds himself within this vocal region, again detect and accept they hear God speaking. Not the God of gods, but God's solar beacon. From the Alpha to Omega, get the rising of it. Creed of Creator, all they tried to say it never wasn't. Universe and nature, the seed of the life we coming. All that we are made of hip-hop, the realest want it. Hate you with the feeling so you can overstand. We are at the ceiling of what you think, woman and man. So many abilities than just the sleight of hand. Gotta read between the lives of Christ to
Hip-hop
understand.
forever, boom, back. Oh shit, nigga, boom, forever. Hip-hop forever, boom, back. Oh shit, nigga, boom, forever.
This is hip-hop forever. Peace to the gods and the goddesses. That's go rock this forever. Stop this shit never, I'll drop shit forever. Rearrange the game, I got this together. No let down by next round. This is a set sound. The best down, nigga, if you ready to rep now. The rest out, niggas gon' be ready to step down. Select now, nigga, get upset if you left out the usual. That's what niggas trying to get you used to. Fuck if you used to, cause fake had confused you. Enticed with riches, it just mentally used you. Misjudge of character, you gotta know who's who. Stagnant out this bitch cause this shit was always coming. Niggas felt it in their stomach, they knew they didn't want it. Tried refusing every wanted, cause the time was almost done it. They couldn't foresee the sun in these times, but they had none of what they need, yes indeed. From the elders to the seeds, cause these niggas need to know it's deceiving to just believe. MCs who came to teach, you better heed what you receive. Best believe we planting seeds that's gon' grow through all degrees. Either greatest or the fakest, think life is what you make it. Be you sleep or reawaken, are you giving it all you taking? Are you still or you still chasing? Which side are you adjacent? What creations you create and remake it within the matrix?
Hip-hop forever, boom, back. Oh shit, nigga, boom, forever. Hip-hop forever, boom, back. Oh shit, nigga, boom, forever.
Hip-hop forever, I was never a record seller. I'm in that other place where colonial heads be getting severed. Marcus, Malcolm, Martin, and Mega, cock back the lever. I'm with the American Indian movement, my aim's better. Underground like a cellar, wise like Helen Keller. The good fella, we won't be here forever like Lolly Bella. I can't be beat, so I spit out the Pella. Most rappers will be forgotten like that car they used to call Jetta. Whatever, let's not take it back too far to Jetta. That's the real car, like the sun in the sky, that's a real star. So what's really real? A God is what you really are. Those that deny this fact of life, they don't get really far. You are a divine human being. You need to start seeing that human is what you're being, but it's not your being. Human, that's a word, it's a choice of being. Being, that's divine. Human is a choice to being is seeing. Whatever being is seeing, believing, or perceiving, that's a manifestation for a reason in due season. It's called the gift of Ptah, where you actually see you're speaking. Your environment begins to reflect the words you are repeating. Speak it in the morning, you see it in the evening. Speak it on Monday or Tuesday, you see it by the weekend. This is what I'm teaching on the mic now. Hip-hop is forever, we clever, we proving that fact right now.
Hip-hop forever, boom, back. Oh shit, nigga, boom, forever. Hip-hop forever, boom, back. Oh shit, nigga, boom, forever.
Yeah. Hip hop forever. We all came from the womb of a black god. If you a woman now, that means you a black god. The god of this planet is a black god. They hide and secretly worshiping a black god. The god they betrayed was a black god. They
Let me know if it's a little. It sound like the teacher. It sound like.
Oh yeah.
Forget whatever I can afford. I am a miracle, walking with the strength of a Lord, spitting lyrical. How am I even spitting it all? That's a miracle. 30 years, KRS-ONE, how we still hearing you? Yo, it's a miracle, no, not just my lyricals. My data is empirical when it comes to these miracles. Within the miracle, I am the miracle. I am the pinnacle, never pitiful. See past the typical, deep mystical, meta and physical, rational and spiritual, mind over material. I am the miracle, say it with me, I am the miracle. Wipe away the doubt, the disbelief and the fear in you. Project your mind down the line about a year or two. See yourself pursuing it, then doing what you here to do. You are the miracle, yes you are the miracle. You get what you expect, see 1,000 people cheering you. You are the miracle, you and I, a miracle. This is intellectually critical and political. Yes, you are the miracle, cause faced with the imperial, we didn't lose our spiritual. That alone is a miracle. Standing on principle while others steady dissing you, but still showing love, living above, that's a miracle. They tried to put the fear in you, act like they wasn't hearing you, but that was minimal. You remain the miracle. No hate or bitterness, cause both are reciprocal. Not to become hateful toward hate, that's a miracle. The rent due and the landlord, he ain't hearing you, but the check with no money on it you gave him just cleared for you. Miracle. When you pray, someone's always hearing you. Ancestors, Holy Spirit, maybe someone near to you. A miracle.
You are a miracle. Fresh, you are a miracle. Blessed, you are a miracle. You are a miracle. You are a miracle. Yes, you are a miracle. Fresh, you are a miracle. Blessed, you are a miracle. You are a miracle. You are a miracle.
Yes, so this is the project right here. Big up to Dr. Dre. Big up to you, Dre, all day. Appreciate the time. You know, we're recording this project in a variety of studios, and this is sort of the icing on the cake. This is sort of like, we recorded in all these different places and we got all these different sounds, but I needed to come to a studio like this so that everything can now sound the same. Everything can now have the same power, inflection, this kind of thing, tone, and all of that. So this is the project.
Streetlight. Peace. Peace so much. Peace, Minister Simone. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing today, Minister Sun One?
I'm doing excellent. Feeling very well.
Let me say first and foremost, I was so happy to see Zen and Lifted and Desire and Joseph Sanchez. Those videos were great. That music was great. I don't know all the MCs that were on the song, but they were all great. I mean, it was a powerful project, and thank you guys so much. I'm just proud of you all, and it was just really good. So I just wanted to make sure I shouted you guys out. It was really, really good stuff.
Yes, indeed. Piece by piece, I believe. Am I right? I'm right on that.
Say again?
I said piece by piece. Yes. Is the name of the song.
Or Lifted, that Lifted put together.
Yes, Flow Faithfuls.
Oh, Faithfuls, right. Okay, yes. Okay, yeah. No, where was the piece by piece come in? Where was that? Where was that title at? I didn't see that. Where was that?
Well, no, I had to play it on they don't have or we don't have a video yet. So I played it while I was DJing.
Oh, okay. Right. You were on there?
No.
Oh, but you were playing it. Okay, I walked away for a minute. So let me catch up with everybody. I'm sorry. Forgive me for that. Okay, I'm with you now. I'm with you. Okay, that's when I walked away. So, okay, well, thank you for updating me with that. And looking forward to the video when that is done. Looking forward to seeing that. Yes. Okay, so here we are. And it is the end of Hip Hop Appreciation Week. So we are going to discuss that. And we're also going to be reading from the gospel today. Is there any announcements you would like to make, Minister Sun One?
Happy Hip Hop Appreciation Week to everybody. Obviously, we continue the theme of peace throughout the entire year until next Hip Hop Appreciation Week. And clearly the world needs it and whatnot. You may see me looking crazy because I'm looking at the monitor and the camera.
Oh, cool. No problem. I see you on both sides. So it's all good. Definitely.
But yes, actually, I heard, I got a little insight. A teacher told me a little bit about what you were going to speak about. I believe the number 5 today.
Yes, we're going to talk about the number 5, but let me just jump on you with that peace part. Just let me jump on that real quick. That is so important throughout this year to be peace. It's one thing to have peace, but it's also to share peace. And you may have peace, but people around you may not have peace. So make sure you share your peace so that other people have peace as well. And then you will be being peace because you'll have peace, they'll have peace, and then everybody will be in peace. So I think that's important. So yeah, share your peace, give peace. It's not about you with peace. It's about everyone with peace, because that's how you're going to have peace. If you're at peace and no one else is at peace, then are you really at peace? Right. Everyone should be at peace. So this way, you know what I'm saying? Your peace is lasting longer because everything is at peace. So it's just important to share your peace, give your peace, and have your peace. Those things are important. So I just wanted to jump on that with you. Yeah. Yeah. Because, well, if everybody else, if you just have peace and nothing else around you is at peace, your peace is bound to crumble, or it won't really. Totally. It's not going to last long. Not too long. So it's important to share that peace. Word. Yes, sir. So what do we get into with this number 5? We're going to get into this number 5. This has just been, I got 5 on it, like the loonies. It's on. Right. 5 is on. And let me say this also. As we end this Hip Hop Appreciation Week, next year's Hip Hop Appreciation Week is May 16th to May 22nd, 2022. The theme TEACHA will meditate on and announce on his website and the temple website in January, just so everyone knows that between now and then he will come up with the theme, and then we'll know in January. Yes, indeed. Are you going to give the introduction or yes, I got the introduction. I have it all here. I'll be looking down and up because I'm reading my notes, but yeah, bear with me. Let's rock it. Okay. Or let's hip hop it. Let me get that right. That's okay. Okay. Welcome to the Temple of Hip Hop. I am the Acronologist, G. Simone. The Temple of Hip Hop is a hip hop preservation ministry archive school and society. Ministry Archive School and Society, established in 1996 by our teacher, KRS-ONE. Here, we are not just doing hip hop, we are hip hop. Therefore, our strategy to preserve hip hop begins with preserving the hip hopper. Our appreciation for hip hop begins with our appreciation for you. Thank you for being here. As we bring 2020's Hip Hop Appreciation Week to a close, I could not help but notice the amount of times the number 5 appeared in my study this week. First, there is always the traditional 5 elements of hip hop: breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing, and beatboxing. But once combined with the fact that today is May 23rd, which is a 5, 2 + 3 = 5, and May is the 5th month, along with 2021 being a fifth universal year. 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 1 equals 5. We begin to see, if we look at it this way, we begin to see a deeper meaning as at the closure of our week. This very day, May 23rd, 2021, is a 555 combination. May is a 5, 23rd is a 5, 2021 is also a 5. This led me to pull out a few books and do some research on the number 5. So here's what I found. In numerology, the number 5 represents the energy of instability. Change is its key mandate. The emphasis during a 5 universal year is pushing boundaries, exploration, and new ideas. To make the most of a 5 universal year, expect and embrace the unexpected. That's exciting. Number 2, 5 is a symbol of balance. It means that you have to keep balance between material and spiritual aspects in your life. 3, in a Christian sense, 5 is directly linked to God's grace, mercy, and favor. 5 also represents human perfection, because when a person outreaches their arms and legs, it forms a pentagon with the head dominating the limbs. The 5%ers were a huge influence on hip hop, also approached this description of the body as divine with their acronym for Allah, A-L-L-A-H, arm, leg, leg, arm, head. Again, Allah, A-L-L-A-H. This is their acronym, the 5% nation, the gods, the earth. This is where this comes from. Arm, leg, leg, arm, head. Amazing. Number 5, spirituality. In spirituality, 5 is a message from your spirit guides that huge changes are about to unfold in your life. If you keep seeing the number 5, it means that changes have already started happening, and there are more changes to come. As it is said, as I said earlier, expect the unexpected. Here is an acronym for 5 I will leave with you today. Faith is valuable energy. 5, F-I-V-E. Faith is valuable energy. Store up your energy, keep your faith, because things are unfolding, things are happening. 5 is a very, very powerful number. You can do some additional research on it. There were many other things connected with number 5 that we aren't able to bring up today, but it's an amazing number. So look out for it and know that it's sending you a message, and take the message in and vibrate on that energy, that faith energy, that 5 energy, and see where that takes you, which it seems like it's going to be taking you to a good place. So as we were on the 555, I looked at the gospel, page 555. So why don't we turn to our gospels now, if we have them with us, page 555. And coincidentally, well, magically and divinely, it's one page from principle to principle. Principle 8, 9, and 10 is what I will be reading right now. Page 555 in the gospel. 8th principle. Companies, corporations, non- and not-for-profit organizations, as well as individuals and groups that are clearly benefiting from the use, interpretation, and or exploration of the term hip-hop, i.e. hip-hop, capital 2 H's, lowercase hip-hop, hyphen in the middle, and the expressions and terminologies of hip-hop, lowercase, uppercase, then lowercase, the second half, i.e. hip-hop, uppercase, lowercase, hip-hop, dash in the middle, are encouraged to commission and or employ a full-time or part-time certified hip-hop cultural specialist. Now, let me clear that and say this like this. It's almost like when you do a movie and they're going to do a cop scene or a nurse scene or a doctor scene, they call upon real doctors and real nurses and real attorneys and real judges so that they can work with the actor so that they can do their best image of this profession correctly to the public. And that's what this says. You know, we need to be hired as cultural specialists so that we can make sure when things are put to the public that they're done culturally, respectfully, and correctly on our behalf. And we're not, of course, looking like we're looking now with Sirius Satellite and a whole bunch of other things we've been talking about that haven't really been changed. But we just have to keep on pushing forward, which we're doing now. So let me go back and just finish this off and say that hip hop cultural specialist to interpret and answer sensitive cultural questions regarding the principles and proper presentations of hip hop's elements and culture relative to business, individuals, organizations, communities, cities, as well as other countries. So that's what it says right there. So that we are there to make sure that the principles and the presentations of our culture is presented properly. That's what that 8 principle is about. Principle 9. May 3rd is Rap Music Day. Hip hoppers are encouraged to dedicate their own time and talent to self-development and for the service of their communities. Every third week in May is Hip Hop Appreciation Week. As we just announced, May 16th to the 22nd, 2022, Hip Hop Appreciation Week will be next year. During this time, hip hoppers are encouraged to honor their ancestors, reflect upon their cultural contributions, and appreciate the elements and principles of hip hop culture. November is Hip Hop History Month. During this time, hip hoppers are encouraged to participate in the creating, learning, and honoring of hip hop's history and historical cultural traditions. The last principle on page 555 is the 10th principle. Hip hoppers are encouraged to build meaningful and lasting relationships that rest upon love, trust, equality, and respect. Hip hoppers are encouraged not to cheat, abuse, or deceive their friends. That was the gospel, page 555. So ending this Hip Hop Appreciation Week on peace, love, unity, and safely having fun. Be encouraged to look for the number 5. Know that it's speaking to you, giving you a message of hope, giving you a message of faith, and just bringing you forward into your spirituality where you can grow and develop yourself, which is what we're here to do, to teach you what we know and learn even from you what you know so that we can build this hip hop community. And I think we're going to our first break. I don't see Minister Sun One, but he's probably setting up. So we're going to go to our first break and we'll see you guys shortly.
Known as the teacher, black revolutionary. You don't see us a lot because you ain't really used to any. But revolutionaries are many, we never play out. Y'all the players, we laid the game out. We set the rules, laid the roads and the lanes out. King of what? I'm about to test my aim out. Traitors in our face, I ain't calling no names out. But they ain't said Black Panther till the movie came out. I'm gonna get this and I'm gonna come back, you know. I'm gonna do one more. I'm just organizing it. This that moment to get open with. You hearing a teacher so smart as what you supposed to get. Rappers, they are not on my level, not even close to it. My flow is so deep you can soak in it, sail a boat in it. Man, I'm not boasting it, but look at how I'm coasting it. I say and speak my resume for those that still ain't knowing it. Go with it, flow with it. Closed minds, we reopen it, refine and refocus it. I rhyme for the culture, it's the teacher. So don't compare me to another, cause they can't hang, yo. Word to the mother. When you see me flow, it's like you see ships. People say, yo, he's sick. The best, yo, he's it. So here's a warning. If I flow like sea ships when you see it, watching my sick flow can make you see sick. This a philosophical, topical, free script. Really hitting, spitting, and spitting on that street shit. Oh! Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm still working it. KRS-ONE, young rappers like, who's that? I'm the soul of any street, my heart beats where your shoes at. DJ B original, got that boom back. True that, the room's packed, I'm telling them move back. Yeah. Move back. Give me some room. Education. Entertainment straight from the pavement, you know we know for that. Nope, this ain't Afghanistan, but this is where the dope is at. KRS quitting, you tripping, my albums overlap. Spit the dopest rap in any city, I'm that local cat. Rappers wanna see me for real, I bring their focus back. Criminal minded, they've been blinded, we're gonna reopen that. Black hoodie, vocal rap, this is where my zone is at. Packed out clubs where that mic and that bow is at. These rappers scared of that, this is what they running from. They can't take that real shit when KRS-ONE come. This the teacher teaching, spitting encyclopedias. Y'all ain't in the streets, y'all bitches on social media. Dudes getting greedier, falling like space meteors from the sky. And why? Y'all living a lie. You see the history, y'all distorted, even though we can't afford it. The teachings of the prophets, you sellouts all ignore it. Saw 'em. The teachings of Dr. King, they ignore 'em. The teachings of Malcolm X, it's like they never saw 'em. But how long you gonna support and employ them? How you not a sellout if a sellout spits a rhyme and you enjoy them? This the black CNN spitting headlines when I'm rhyming. I spit lines for your head, that's why I'm headlining. Like a barber, Chris Parker, he cuts sharper. DJ B original, it was an honor.
Yes, 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 yes.
And it will return.
That was dope. I forgot about that video.
Yeah, no doubt. Brother Lipton pointed out, we played day 4 and day 1, which equals 5.
Which is the 4-1. Wow. Yo, that was amazing. What Simone was kicking, that was crazy.
Yeah, it was.
That was bananas. The 5-5 and the 5, and you got to stay alive with the 5. So, yo, man, it's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. Well, actually, it's the end of it. Yeah. And you know, time is just flying by. I don't know about everybody else, but like it's like I don't know. Time is speeding up for me, and you know, time is relevant. So it's only in your own head. But it's like, you know, this whole week just kind of flew by. Wonderful week. Got a chance to study. I got some new books. You know, I'm supposed to be doing the garage. You know, I'm supposed to go to my garage and pull stuff out and this kind of thing. But every time you go to the garage and start pulling stuff out, there's you know, all your projects. You're reminded of all your projects again. And it's like some of the film stuff that we're doing, I was looking at, you know, documents and tapes and, you know, artwork and stuff like this that actually goes with the films that we have coming up. And so it was just an amazing week. It was really good. But we're gonna start talking. This is the week at the end. We talked about this before. About at the end of Hip Hop Appreciation Week, we were going to begin reading the Gospel of Hip Hop, and you and Minister Zenaru was already reading the Gospel of Hip Hop. You know, I mean, you've done it now. I mean, for how many years? 2 years, 3 years now. Consistent, something like that, consistently, and we kind of really just turned the flame up, kind of in the last 2 years, year and a half, 2 years. No, actually, I came from maybe like 2.5 years, because again, COVID just flew. I mean, I know it seemed like a long time, but that 15 months of this COVID lockdown, that was pretty quick. I don't know, in my own mind, I guess, you know, you know, again, time is relative. But so anyway, listen, let me not get off into that, because I do have a lot of reading to do. We are reading the Gospel of Hip Hop. We did talk about at the end of Hip Hop Appreciation Week, we were going to get into the reading of the Gospel of Hip Hop from start to finish. And we're going to get into that today here. I have some notes, though. I have some reading I want to do to just put it into our history, into our teaching history, as well. So just views, ideas that you need to know as far as your apprenticeship with the Temple of Hip Hop goes. But I'm going to read probably the whole first chapter after we take our first break. I'll probably come back and read our whole first chapter. But we're going to read the Gospel of Hip Hop. And every Sunday from this moment forward, we're going to be reading the Gospel of Hip Hop and doing commentary on the Gospel of Hip Hop. Same kind of format. We're going to have a better one, actually. We're putting ourselves together. I see you are still in our studio over there. I know we're breaking stuff down and moving stuff around, but you still got the turntables up.
I do. That's the last to get broke down. You already know.
You already know what it is. So let's get into this week's lesson before I read begin the reading of the Gospel of Hip Hop, which we're going to read the entire book every Sunday with commentary until the book is finished. And so I'm excited about that. We are kicking this off. And you know what else? Just real quick, we used to take attendance. I don't know if we're going to do that again this time, but I would like to take attendance because if you are focused enough to take every single reading with us until the gospel is finished, I think this time you deserve a certificate. The other times you deserve a certificate as well. I may actually issue them for those that have already read with us. It's about time for that right now, a recognition for those that have actually read with us, took notes with us, and took down commentary with us. I think it's time for certificates to go out. And I'll explain later why as well, because as we come out of this COVID situation, this lockdown, cities are opening up, things are starting to happen again. As we come out of that, you're going to be talking to people. People are going to be, well, I'll put it this way. Our network is going to reopen again. And the network is, universities, university lectures, touring, clubs, this kind of thing. And those that have certain certificates and teach hip hop from this particular school, there might be real opportunities for you around the world, around the globe. Just a little bit on this, and I don't want to dwell on it, but it's so good that I gotta say it. And you'll know this as well, someone you've seen it as well. But over a 10-year period, when we've gone overseas or to other places in the United States, even Canada and other little spots, Australia and so on, we've always set up, how would I say, like a liaison, a person there. It's usually the promoter. It's usually somebody with a record store. It's usually somebody who knows what's going on the ground. And what we do is we have this network, and it rises and falls. Some people don't do the work no more. Some people go away. Some people lose their job. They're not in the same position. But new people come in and replace them. And here's what I'm saying, is that when we was on tour, we used to always ask promoters as well, would you accept a student from us, from the Temple of Hip Hop? Would you give a student of ours of the first right of refusal? Like say, clubs are going to open, so they do need opening acts. They do need tech people. They need security. They need stage management. This kind of thing. They may even need merchandise and the manufacturing of clothing and stuff like that. Would you consider our institution first in the hiring of a professional person to come forward? Simone talked a little bit about this. Acronologist G. Simone talked a little bit about this when she was reading the I think it was the eighth principle of the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, where it said hire a hip hopper. I got my gospel here. She kind of touched on that, but my point is that we've already set this network up, and now that we're all bouncing back, it's time to give certificates out. It's time to wear certain jewelry that only we know who we are, and not only we know, but I'm just saying, a summer tour comes up, festivals come up. Promoters want professional people working the festivals. Promoters want people who know what they're doing. Well, we have a network of people, because we do shows and stuff like that, that can really use people like us to run their clubs and participate in the production of their concerts and other things like that. And over the next few years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, this is going to become a viable employment. So that's just my little spew on it. But keep your eyes and your ears open for this. We're going to read the gospel of hip hop straight through. To those who were able, well, let me say this, and let me ask you this as well, son. Can we do attendance again, or we got to look into that? Because we did it before, but I don't know if we're doing it.
I'm setting up an email right now. Trying to figure out a name. Okay. Yes. Everybody. Yes, can send an email that will provide at the end of the call. The only thing that is actually shaky about this, and hold on, wait a minute, because either I'm frozen or you're frozen right now. Somebody tell me what it is in the chat. The question is how to really, okay, it must have been him. The question is really how to tell if people are telling the truth, especially if we're giving certificates out. This is really where the complication comes in. It was different when we did it through Zoom because we could see everybody in attendance, and we would see it there. Everybody's name would be listed in the Zoom chat. So doing it here makes it a bit different, and I don't know how we get around that with the honor system. Teacher, did you hear what I said?
No, I went out for like the last 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah, no doubt. It was like 2. But no, I was saying that, I mean, I just created an email of which people could send just a quick, I was in attendance. But the issue with this becomes, to me, and it's funny because they get to watch this live discussion. We're essentially taking everybody's word for it that they actually read it and really sat with us through the whole thing. And then to give certificates on top of that. And we don't really know. To me, that's a little, I don't know what to do. Or I don't know how you feel about that, because then people just have these certificates, and if they really didn't, what do we do? Or
how do you take attendance? How do you take the attendance? You did it before.
Well, we took attendance because we could see everybody in the Zoom, and we could see that they were there, and see that they were there. Or if they jump off, we could see them jump off. This you cannot.
We might have to change our platform. We may have to change our platform. I'm not too fond of this platform, with all due respect to the platform. No, I'm not too fond of this anyway. And also, serious members may, there's other things we'd like to discuss and or teach. And now that it's becoming a little more serious, where those who walk through with us through the gospel of hip hop, those are the type of people that we're going to want to represent the temple all over the world. And like when I go on tour, or if someone else is asking us for help, the temple of hip hop should be able to do that. But we got to be able to know the character of the person that we're sending forth, or the person that's walking with me in particular. I need to know their character. And I'm only looking for those who have read the gospel of hip hop, those that can quote or speak from that character. That's who's walking with me on all levels, in that sense. So that right away, we may need to go away and talk about this because.
Right. Well, to me, what I would think is that, really set it up on something like a Patreon or something, and especially if you're giving out certificates, just put on $25 each week to get in.
Yeah, it may have to be that as well, because this is a serious level we're getting ready to go to. We can't be interrupted, with the chats and all of this type of stuff. If you come into for this particular level, there's really a payoff at the end. If you want to take this seriously, meaning you want to be a certified teacher of hip hop, or you'd like to further your own career rolling with the temple of hip hop and all that we got going on over here, no, you're gonna have to read the gospel of hip hop, and we're gonna have to know that you did. So, it's just something to go back and talk about. It's not, it's not something to get into right now, but it is something to bring up, and to everyone that's listening as well. In a few minutes, there's gonna be a need to prove your character without having to, say, oh, yes, I'm of upstanding character. No, it'll really be, do you know page 555 of the gospel of hip hop? That's how we're moving. That's how we're really walking. And you got to know that, and be clear with that. Because some people could be uncomfortable with that. I'm not hiring a hip hopper. I just want to use hip hop for everything it's worth, but I'm never going to hire you hip hoppers. Well, you can't really walk with me, and I ain't doing no business with you either. On that, it goes against my principles, and our principles are printed, written, and the world is being educated on them. So, this is what it is. So look, let's get back to that. But we are going to begin reading the gospel of hip hop tonight. And everyone on this call, I don't even know how we can take attendance here in this situation.
Well, no, hold on.
Set up an email or something?
Yes, I set one up. They can, hold on, continue. Okay, they can send an email to gospelofhiphop1@gmail.com. That's gospelofhiphop, the number 1@gmail.com. I'll throw it up on the screen too. Comments, banners.
You said Gospel of Hip Hop 1.
Yes. The number 1.
Number 1. At Gmail?
Yep. Somebody apparently has the other one. Somebody has Gospel of Hip Hop as their Gmail. Okay. Yes. So right there, just send an email. And
Yeah. If you'd like to be part of this attendance, this is day one. Which is with the last days for others are the first days for us. But the last day of Hip Hop Appreciation Week 2021 is the first day of the reading of the Gospel of Hip Hop, or the beginning of its reading all the way through. Send your email right over there, gospelofhiphop1@gmail.com, to document that you was part of the first call. It's going to be important when we get to the end of the book.
yes, indeed. Also, it just left my mind. Shoot, I lost it. I'm sorry.
Well, just cut me off and butt into the lesson when it comes again. if it comes back to you. And yeah, shout out to Desire and everyone on the I guess it was the collaborative effort record. That was hot. Zenaru as well, standing in the graph. I thought that was really nice. That me and Simone was sitting here bugging. That was actually pretty dope. And I know, like, Desire, for one, I'm not gonna pull her out right here in this public forum, but that was really dope. I was really proud of you there, Desire, to put that forward like that. That was actually pretty dope. And I know what that meant for you as well. So big up on two levels. And so it was kind of dope. But all of it was actually dope, including my joint. That last video you threw out with See It on the Weekend by the morning, it got away from me. Sometimes you need to see these things again and to get your mind right again. It was a nice little presentation. And keep in mind, the Temple of Hip Hop has an album it needs to do. We've been talking about this for a minute. We've been doing album over here, but we need to do the official Temple of Hip Hop album, spitting the raw with raw beats and rhymes and uplifting ideas all across the album. I'm not going to get into it now, but it is something we need to deal with. So the lesson for the day.
Yes, sir.
As many of you already know, Son One, the Temple of Hip Hop is a hip-hop preservation ministry, archive, school, and society. We was established in 1996 for the further development of hip-hop as a divinely inspired culture of peace and prosperity. And the key word here also is divinely inspired. As a temple for, from, and of hip-hop, we have been investigating and documenting the spiritual existence of hip-hop since its beginning in the Bronx in the early 1970s. Before the establishment of the name Temple of Hip Hop in 1996, we were called the Stop the Violence Movement in 1989 and Human Education Against Lies, HEAL, H-E-A-L, in 1990. We wrote and published the very first Science of Rap in 1995 and the very first Gospel of Hip Hop in 2009. We also produced and promoted the first and only official worldwide hip hop census in 1997, which we need to do again, which asked the hip hop community directly what it thought about itself, as well as what it thought of its cultural existence and how we could improve upon ourselves as hip hoppers. This was a wealth of information that we got back. And this is also the bedrock, the foundation of what we study. This is where the knowledge, or part of where the knowledge came from this census we took. In 1998, we established Hip Hop Appreciation Week, which occurs every third week in May. And on May 16th, 2001, during Hip Hop Appreciation Week, we produced, along with 300 other hip hoppers, the first Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. This document, the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, which is the only legally recognized document that acknowledges hip hop as a global culture for peace and prosperity, was established and presented at the United Nations headquarters in New York City, May 16, 2001. I want to say that one more time because this is the 20th anniversary of this document. The Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, which is the only legally recognized document that acknowledges hip hop as a global culture of peace and prosperity, was established and presented at the United Nations headquarters in New York City, May 16, 2001. The Hip Hop Declaration of Peace also presented to UNESCO, which is the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, along with Ribbon International, Peace Action, the Borough of the Bronx, New York City Hall, and the Riverside Church in New York, serves as an empowering code of conduct for all hip hoppers in our quest to further establish our hip hop nation. And just remember, those that didn't see the other presentation maybe a couple months back, I did a presentation where I did show our legal representation. And what I said was, when you're trying to establish a culture, you have to, and I don't want to get deep into this, but you have to get the objective opinion of you to recognize you. So you got to get your peers to recognize you. You got to get government officials, church officials, like clergy, they say. You got to get science, education to recognize you. They say builders of industry and finance, certain banks after them to recognize you. When these institutions recognize you, you become a legitimate culture. And this was our work from back in the 80s going out through the 90s, and it culminated in 2001, where we were able to get the Riverside Church, certain synagogues in the Jewish community, Islam, certain mosques, and people, Muslims, Jews, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, to recognize hip hop as a culture. That's also part of what Riverside Church in New York was all about. Those that know Riverside Church, this is what that was all about as well. But Peace Action and Ribbon International, these are what are called non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and they work with the United Nations, and they work with other NGOs in the United Nations. And it's these NGOs that have to recognize you. They have to say in writing or in a recording, we recognize that hip hop is a global culture and that it's or it looks like this, or it's this, that, and the other. And by them recognizing that, then the way in which we are being stereotypically depicted on television and radio falls to the wayside in world history. You know, entertainment is one thing, but world history is something else. And this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with world history. So in world history, you want science. We had NASA recognize hip hop as culture as well. You want science, you want industry, you want religion, you want politics or government, not just non-governmental organizations, but government organizations, FBI, CIA, NSA. You want them to recognize you as a global culture. And they all do. They all know it. It's we hip hop that got to stand up for ourselves and move in that kind of direction. That's what our work is about right now. But everyone else is clear. Hip hop is a global culture. Everyone else is clear. And they were clear here at the United Nations, May 16, 2001, where we put forward the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, which I read last week to you. We looked at that last week. So just wanted to make that clear that you understand what is actually going on, what the work actually was. So for those of us that actually participated in the creation, formation, and presentation of hip hop and all of its artistic expressions, breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing, beatboxing, for us who create the culture, hip hop is not just rap music or MCing and DJing. For those of us that actually create hip hop, and this is the difference. This is the difference. Some people listen to hip hop. Some people like hip hop. You know, some people represent hip hop. But those of us on this call, we are hip hop. Those of us that actually create hip hop. Rap was always something that was done, while hip hop was always something that was lived, something that you expressed, something that you became. That's the historical approach as well. Breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing, beatboxing, along with our unique clothing styles, language styles, trade skills, and street knowledge were all the expressions of those that became hip hop and adopted the hip hop lifestyle. A lifestyle that sought peace, love, unity, and joy through the mastery of either breaking, MCing, graffiti art, or graffiti writing, DJing, or beatboxing, or all of these. The original intent of hip hop for the hip hopper was to exist. The original intent was to exist and to exist in peace. The original intent of hip hop was to give voice and existence to a marginalized and censored group of New York City young people. Existence was the point, and existence required an independence of thought. Being seen and heard, even admired and respected first by our own peers and our own friends and family, then by the larger American society, required that we thought beyond what we were being told, taught, and shown at the time. And this is important to realize in this first teaching, because I don't see too many people doing this today. You know, people go along with what they're told. And I'm not saying just be defiant, like, you know, I don't want to wear my mask. Whatever. But I'm just saying, people are very defiant. A lot of people just do what they're told. So-and-so says do this, you just run and go do it. And you never think about your own ideas. You never think about your own thoughts. You never think about the validity of your own experiences. It's like somebody else has to still come along and validate your experiences for you. That's an interesting situation to be in. We're going to break out of that here, though. Again, existence was the point, and such an existence required a certain courage to see the world, or our world, in our own way. Having an existence distinct from the mainstream American existence at the time, the American dream, required a mind that was beyond such a dream. Raising our self-worth as well as our self-esteem through the mastery of one or more of hip-hop's core artistic elements, this was the point. Being heard, raising our self-esteem, mastering a skill so we could be special in the hood, and special only to one another. Chasing the values of the mainstream was never the point for us. Looking for the validation of those outside of hip-hop was never the point for us. Degrading our sacred culture for money was never the point. But unity was always the point. Peace was always the point. Wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and justice were always the point to hip-hop. Thinking for ourselves and viewing our world in our way, this was the point to being hip-hop. You can see this all through our history as well. So take a look at the early histories from Wild Style, Beat Street. Look at the records. Look at the old photos. Look at the records, what was being said. It was all about peace, love, unity, joy, having fun, getting money. This is what it was. It wasn't about selling out your culture for the cash. It wasn't about disrespecting your brother. It was about peace, love, unity, and joy through the mastery of breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing, beatboxing. These principles were rapped about, sang about, and talked about in hundreds of audio and video recordings, written about as the very core of hip-hop's cultural intentions. But still, corporations and executives of all sorts still presented hip-hop, or should I say this, corporate executives and corporations of all sorts, even though they know all of this, what I just said, they still present hip-hop to the world as mostly a criminal culture of drug-dealing rappers. And that's all we get. And I'm about to show you the crime right here. They know the truth regarding hip-hop. Hip-hop, they know the truth regarding hip-hop. They know of hip-hop's history. They know what harms us and what lifts us up. They know that they are criminalizing our culture during a time of heightened police violence against our kind of people. They know this, but still they deliberately choose to degrade hip-hop and criminalize hip-hop's global image. Why? You see, it's one thing to rock to the latest hip-hop jam, but do you know you're being set up? We used to see it all the time. Dude going to the club with the cash out, jewels on his neck, and all of a sudden, 3-4 chicks right around him. Yo, what's up, honey? How you doing? And they the same 3 chicks that got dude robbed last week. We used to call them Vicks. A victim, a Vic. You know, it's like you see them coming a mile away, running their mouth, flashing what they got. What? A fool and his money will soon be departed. Or parted. I should say, a fool and his money will soon be parted. So again, why is it so important to show hip hop contrary to what you know original hip hop to be? Think about that slowly. Think about the fact that the whole world, not just America, but the whole America, let's just say America, but really the whole world, but America, all of America is crying out saying, we know what original hip hop is. We know what original hip hop is supposed to sound like, and we know what original hip hop is supposed to be like. And we know what the intent of it was. We know what the character of it was. The whole of America say, walk up, ask anybody, yo, is what they playing on the radio hip hop? They'll say no. Even the people that like what's being played, they'll still say they ain't hip hop. So even though you know what hip hop is, you're still going to degrade it in this way. We're not even getting, like you would say, we're only going to play, you know, the fun stuff of hip hop, you know, the Jazzy Jeff, Fresh Prince, or the Salt and Pepper, or maybe even some of Heavy D's work, or like my work, like Jimmy, or if you're going to play like the fun stuff with hip hop, and say all we get from hip hop is this fun stuff that everything is all right and everything's okay and this fantastic image. So we'd be debating that. We'd be arguing that oh man, all they doing is playing the fun stuff. We know hip hop is more than that. We know there's drug dealers over here. We know there's hoes and these pimps over here. We know there's philosophers too over here. You know, like just think of it for a minute. Imagine if hip hop was only being played as the fun only. You know, that part of our presentation was the only thing that was being played. We wouldn't be taken seriously. And the same thing is happening with the gangster criminal image or criminalizing of hip hop. If that's all you show, Everybody got to get a little thug every once in a while. Come on now, you know how it is. But that's not that's Monday. That's not Wednesday. Wednesday, I'm a philosopher. Friday night, I'm kicking your ass. Yeah, this is people do that. You know, the saying is, on Monday I'm a Republican. On Tuesday I'm a Democrat. On Wednesday I'm an independent. On Thursday, you know, like ain't nobody sitting here the same way every day. So it's like when you display hip hop, you're not giving the nuances. You're not giving the explanation. You're not giving the other angles, the other words and discussions and subject matter. You're not giving that out. You're just saying criminal. And you should be afraid. These people are a threat. And that's all you really getting. And that's actually kind of whack. But you got to ask yourself in this particular teaching, are we being set up for real? We say it. We know it. We say it. But do we really know that? Because if you know you're being set up, there's an action then that comes to protect yourself. And part of that action begins with what we're dealing with right now on this call. This is part of the action that deals with the fact that we know we're being set up deliberately. If you on this call right now, don't go for that. Don't go for that. You know what original hip hop is? Promote it, support it, teach it, learn it, or learn more of it. So why is it so important to show hip hop contrary to what a person knows these executives know original hip hop to be? If you know that you are not the first MC or rapper, if you know that you are not the first DJ or the first breaker or the first graffiti writer or beatboxer, you know you're not the first one. Why then would you adopt these crafts for yourself and then dishonor these crafts by presenting them contrary to how the originators of these crafts first presented them, or rather intended them? I'm speaking like this because these are blatant crimes, and we're giggling and laughing and going along with our own cultural genocide. And when you really look at it, no, we're being played. We're being played. And I'm putting it down in history, and we're talking about this right now on our weekly call so that others can know, not just us on the call, but others throughout history will know we wasn't stupid. We knew exactly what was going down. When the future sees this later on and says, well, why didn't you do this? And why didn't you go here? And why didn't you? No. First and foremost, our existence as a temple for hip hop and from hip hop and of hip hop, that is the remedy. Existence defeats the lie. You don't defeat a lie by coming with more truth. No, you don't. It sounds good, but it don't work. The way you defeat a lie is by existence. A lie doesn't exist. A lie is fake. It's illusion. It's not real. So when you come with the real, the lie disappears. You don't have to talk about a lie. You don't have to deal with a lie. Just be real. The minute you real, then the lie is it can't even exist around you because you real. What's real? What's real is that this call is going down and it's real. And we on the call right now and we're learning and we're studying hip hop right now. This is real and it's in history. So now no matter what any other corporate entity has to say about hip hop or whatever it is, you ain't real. You ain't real, because the future is going to look back and say, no, wait a minute. I know we see what's going on over here in the corporate area where they're getting money from hip hop. I can see what's going on over here, but there was these other things going on over here. The culture itself was speaking in these mediums. That's how the scholar's going to do it in the future. They ain't going to care what a corporation thinks about a culture. They already know that's tainted. They're gonna ask, what did the culture think about itself? And if we don't present these calls like this or present institutions that can maintain that history, the future ain't never going to even know we existed, and the devil wins. We're not allowing that to happen. What's happening is that we exist, and that's why we're celebrating 20 years. 20 years of the Declaration of Peace and 25 years of the Temple of Hip Hop. We exist. Our existence defeats the lies that they're pushing in terms of hip hop right now, because we exist. You can't say we don't exist. We exist. And then on top of that, we got a loud mouth too. In hip hop's history, we're loud. We're not quiet. We're very loud. So you can't say that hip hop was just about this, this, and this, and criminalizing our culture when the culture itself put forward movements and recordings and movies and books and special projects and workshops to decriminalize itself and keep itself healthy and keep itself out of trouble and keep itself moving forward. The culture did this for itself. That truth defeats everything that they're doing today. And that's why we must continue with our work. Let's continue. Even more revealing. We're talking justice here right now, okay? And the last part that I brought up was that if you know you're not the first beatboxer, if you know you're not the first DJ, why are you going to take the craft and destroy it? I mean, we just need to really think about that one for a minute. Think about character. Think about justice. We all yelling Black Lives Matter and all of this about justice. No justice, no peace. Well, think about that for one hot minute. You're not the first rapper. You're not the first DJ. You're not the first beatboxer. You're not the first. You're just in rap. You're not the first rapper. You know, you heard this from somebody, you saw it somewhere, and decided that you was able to do this, and you said you was going to do this. You're not the first rapper. You're not even close to the first rapper. You don't even know the first rapper or rappers. You don't even know them. So you do what the first rappers do. You do and imitate what the first DJs do, what the first B-boys do, what the first rappers do. You imitate that and mess it up. You go out with a crazy routine, destroys the credibility of the art itself. And you ain't even the originator of it. How destructive. Look at the character that we're dealing with here. Look at the injustice that we're dealing with here, and it's deliberate. It's deliberate. This is people are in the world doing this to hip hop. Let's continue. Even more revealing. If you are an executive of some company invested with the responsibility of presenting hip hop or rap music to the public, and you know that you are not the originator of what you are presenting to the public. I was talking before about the artist. You just gonna pick up, start rapping, and you're gonna destroy the art for everybody by not representing it at an excellent level. But now, if you're the executive at a corporation and you're selling rap music and anything else, a T-shirt or whatever, a DVD, a movie or something, you're an executive and you're selling, making money from that which you are presenting to the public as hip hop. You're making money from it, and you know you're not the originator of it. This thing you selling, you know you did not make it. See, this is why truth is so important. 1 + 1 is not the truth. 1 + 1 = 2 is not the truth. You know you did not create hip hop, but you're selling it is the truth. If we could deal with that truth, then we can get to justice. If you're an executive of some company invested with the responsibility of presenting hip hop or rap music to the public, and you know that you are that you too are not the originator of what you are presenting to the public and or making money from, that what you are presenting to the public as hip hop has a long history and specific cultural traditions that make it what it is, why then would you deliberately disregard the real history and tradition of original hip hop to present hip hop contrary to what it really is? What you know it is. This is beyond the exploitation of hip hop for money. This is beyond that. No, the logic here seems to be about the deliberate degradation of a people, the deliberate devaluing of hip hop as a real culture of real people. This is a deliberate effort that we see is going on all around us. Everybody know the history of hip hop. But why the radio don't know it? Why BET don't know it? Why MTV? Why VH1? Why they don't know it? What they live in the world like everybody else. Why the radio stations don't know? They live in the world like everybody else, and you go around your friends and they like, yo, man, what's going on with hip hop today, man? Come on, man, play this, play that. I want to go back to this. I want to hear that. And the radio just goes, okay, we just gonna play dun dun donkey donkey donk. We know that this is not original hip hop, but we're going to play the stupid and say it's hip hop. This is beyond exploiting hip hop for money. This is a deliberate attack on your culture. Again, why is it so important to criminalize our culture and present us contrary to who we really are? Some will say, some of these executives will say, well, I'm just doing my job. And it is this very line, I'm just doing my job, this very excuse that keeps oppression on all levels alive. It is this very response that has led to many hardships and even deaths of so many innocent people. I'm just doing my job. That's the Nazis right there. That's Nazi Germany. I'm just taking orders. I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing my job, followed by who's going to feed my child? And I got to work. I got to do for my family. And nobody's paying my rent, so I got to do what I got to do. These views were never the intent of original hip hop. People are bringing their problems to hip hop and saying, this is hip hop, getting money. That was never the original intent. This cowardly character was never the character of original hip hop, which was courageous and forward thinking. We were poor kids. And instead of trying to aspire to be rich, we wanted to make our poorness cool. This is what created hip hop. We wasn't trying to be rich or like these people. They look corny to us. We were trying to bring validity and voice to who we were. And that's what hip hop was all about. Bringing voice to the voiceless, bringing us to the center, the marginalized, bringing the marginalized to the center. So peace, love, unity, and joy through hip hop. This was the original point. Thinking for oneself, this was the original point. But as we already know, these points are what many chose to overlook and set aside in their attempts to use hip hop for whatever they can get from hip hop. Others were just too young to understand these principles too. That's the other side. Everybody wasn't just grabbing money. Some people really didn't understand. You know, we run around saying hip hop is a culture. Some people never even heard the word before. So you got to, leave some room there in the criticism. Everybody wasn't just grabbing money. 75% was, but there were others. I'd say 60% were grabbing money. There was another 40% that really did not understand what was going on as well. As a result, as rap music became more and more popular, the cultural principles that accompanied the art of MCing, now called rap, were set aside. Rules were broken. Street codes were violated. Trust, loyalty, and respect were lost as money became the new principle. Betrayals, backstabbing, deceit, and greed replaced peace, love, unity, and the joy that got hip-hop started in the first place. Cultural cooperation was set aside for corporate competition. Remember this. Cultural cooperation was set aside for corporate competition. And many are still suffering for having chosen corporate competition over cultural cooperation up to this very day. But everyone was not impressed with corporate validation and mainstream acceptance. Of course, all of hip-hop wasn't impressed, like me. We were not impressed. Many of us saw what was going on and prepared against it. Still, however, revolution only works for those that participate in it. And the same is true for the soul and for one's spiritual life. None of these experiences, the soul or the spiritual life or revolution, will benefit the one that does not participate in them. Nobody can hand you revolution or hand you the results of revolution or hand you the results of a spiritual character. These are things you got to get up and go get on your own. And this is the key. If you do not participate, you do not benefit. That's the key. Okay? Principles like peace, love, unity, charity, forgiveness, wisdom, knowledge, humility, and the like are all for one's own good. These are for your own good. This, however, was the whole point to not only the Hip-Hop Declaration of Peace, but also to the Stop the Violence movement and human education against lies. This was always for the good of our culture, always. The point was, as always, to make the right path available to those in search of it. That's it. I'll say it again. The point was, as always, to make the right path available to those in search of it. If there is anything to pass on to the next generation of hip-hop, it is this. It is the right path, the right way to go. It is the original way, the first steps, such as the purpose for the existence of the Temple of Hip-Hop. But even if we perceive and preserve and present the right path, the original ways and the first steps, even if we perceive these for ourselves and promote them for ourselves, if no one wants to adopt them for themselves, then it is we and only we that benefit from the paths, the ways, and the steps that we have documented for ourselves that we know to be true. And this is partially what's happening today. We are indeed benefiting from the paths, the ways, and the steps of our own principles established some 20 years ago. What we fought for 20 years ago, we've achieved. The obstacles that faced hip-hop in the 90s, we've overcome them. Others have chosen other ways to survive and thrive as rappers, dancers, and DJs. Even others have not even survived at all. But the revolution that we have fought on behalf of hip-hop's cultural preservation has made us healthy, more healthy, more wealthy, and more wise. It made us stronger. This is the shining achievement of the Hip-Hop Declaration of Peace over a 20-year period. This is the point. The Hip-Hop Declaration of Peace works. We have not, this is not a claim. I'm teaching before you right now. Right now. May 23rd, 2021, right now. 555s, right now. Okay, I'm teaching you right now. We established the document 20 years ago that we lived by. It's not for everybody. We have made it available for everybody. But if you don't see peace as a necessary part of your development, then you're just not on this level. And that's cool. I'm not saying it on no conceit. I'm above, somebody's below. No, none of that. Just if you don't think love, peace, wisdom, forgiveness, charity, if these things are not important to you, then you're just not on this level. 20 years later, I'm in your grill right now. I'm in your face right now. Remember I said, we will be here forever. Forever and ever and ever and ever. What do you think, I was joking? We're dealing with real science here. We're dealing with real science, real ancestors, real God, real divinity here. This is not make-believe. And we celebrated this week, 20 years, Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. It works. As a scientist, this would be called empirical data. We put the document to the test over a 20-year period. And I can tell you right now, I can't get this stupid smile off my face ever. I'm at peace. I'm happy. It works. It works. That's the significance to an anniversary. That's the significance to 20-year anniversary. And I'm not even going to get into the Temple of Hip Hop on the 25th anniversary year. I'm not even going to deal with that. All I'm going to say is that it all works. It all works. This is what is partially happening today. We are indeed benefiting from the paths, the ways, and the steps of our own principles established some 20 years ago. What we fought for, we have achieved. The obstacles we faced, the obstacles that hip-hop faced in the 1990s, we have overcome them. Other rappers have chosen other ways to survive and thrive as rappers, dancers, and DJs. Even others have not survived at all. But the revolution that we have fought on behalf of hip-hop's cultural preservation has made us more healthy, more wealthy, and more wise. This is the shining achievement of the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace over a 20-year period. It is that it truly works. The timeless principles enshrined in the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace actually protected us, strengthened us, and guided us over the last 20 years. So we know that its advice is true and useful and will serve the well-being of the hip-hop generation that is to follow us 20 years from now. Such is the work of our temple at this time. As the very first hip-hoppers, it is our duty, our responsibility, and our honor to keep the original paths, the original ways, and the original steps toward hip-hop's cultural success intact. Not just its corporate or commercial success, but its cultural, even its spiritual success alive in the lives of real hip-hoppers. We are not better than anyone else. Don't get it twisted. And that's also what makes God so accessible. That's what makes the mystic life, that's what makes the spiritual life so accessible, the life of the soul so accessible. It's not special. We all got it. So why are we fronting like it don't exist? Why are we fronting like we can avoid the soul? And its principles. We are not better than anyone else, and we do not force our ways or our approach to hip-hop upon anyone. You already know that. Many of you heard my stance in the past. We don't force our ways on no one. But we are they. Let's be clear. Okay? We are they that chose and still choose to remain loyal to the original principles of hip-hop and to one another. And this is why we are standing strong today at our 20th anniversary. We, the Temple of Hip Hop, and everyone on this call, we, all of you, have not forgotten hip hop's original intent, its original character. It takes a certain character to be on this call. You are experiencing it right now. Being engaged in a conference like this one not only unites you with this long-standing intellectual tradition within hip-hop, you're part of a long-standing tradition here, but your presence here proves your divinity. It proves your intention. Forget all this talk and all this puffing and highfalutin. When the bell rings, when the temple bell rings, ling-a-ling-a-ling, we're discussing God over here. We're discussing truth over here. We're discussing hip-hop and culture over here. Where are you? Well, everyone on this call has already proven where they are. Yes, we are all about innovation and experimentation. I personally am into innovation and experimentation. We invite new ideas and new ways of doing things, such as called growth. But we also hold the responsibility of being the first. And as the first self-aware hip-hoppers, it is our responsibility to maintain the original intent of hip-hop beyond its commercial value. As the very first self-aware hip-hoppers, what we establish today as hip-hop is what our children and their children's children, well into the future by hundreds of years, shall rely upon as their cultural heritage in their day. Did you hear what I just said? Let me say it one more time. As the very first self-aware hip-hoppers, which is what we all are on this call, and I'm hip-hop's first teacher, and this is hip-hop's first temple, and we're reading from hip-hop's first gospel. As the very first self-aware hip-hoppers, what we establish today as hip-hop is what our children and our children's children, well into the future by hundreds of years, shall rely upon as their cultural heritage in their day, in their time. Soak on that for a minute. Think about this for a minute. We're coming up to our first break, Son One. We're coming up to our first break. I want people to think about this for a minute. The responsibility, if you can rise to this level. This is the work of the temple at the end of Hip Hop Appreciation Week. We're getting clear with what our mission is right here. In fact, our collective action today is their history tomorrow, is our children's history tomorrow. Like, you see my hand just went like this? I just put that in history. Whoever comes back and looks at this, they're going to see this hand flying around all over the screen. This is now in history. But imagine the fabric of real space-time reality. You're going like this all through space-time reality, what you say, what you eat, what you wear, how you react to things. You're creating a heritage for your children in the future. Your very actions, your being, your very existence is creating real history, real heritage, and real identity for the future versions of you, your children, your posterity, those who are to come after us. So I'll say this again. Our collective action today is our children's history tomorrow. This is simply another fact of life. Our character today is their heritage tomorrow. Those that are conscious of this know to themselves the work of the temple of hip hop. Let's take our first break, and I'm going to come back and we're going to start reading the gospel of hip hop all the way through. Take attendance. I'm KRS-ONE. Let's go to the first break.
Temple of Hip Hop, what's good, y'all? Temple of Hip Hop all over the world, not just CT, but CT is where I live. If y'all want to come find me, you know what I mean? DJ, actually, hold on, G. Can I get a little bit more level on this mic? Gotta make sure I'm nice and comfortable up in this piece. Now, I'm gonna need all y'all to come closer to the kid. Come on, this is hip hop. Hip hop only exists between all of us. If y'all give me the energy, I'm gonna give that shit right back. So we gotta have some real hip hop up in here right now, you feel me? Yeah! Take it off! It's going down. Better believe it. Representing all 9 elements up in this piece. Peace to y'all, Scene, Rhyme Culture, Supreme Royal for making this happen. Temple of Hip Hop is definitely in the building. Let's go, DJ, come on. Yeah. See, I need my voice to match that. As loud as that is, I need to be up there. Let's go. I'm gonna take y'all back real quick, you know what I mean? Let's go back. Yo. The metaphysical, lyrical, loud, miracle, hysterical, attacking the beat. Sit back, you see, take the dirty on it, dirty. Now you learn until the burn is someone. Back in the heat, you're smacking the heat. Jamaica's only war fight. War side, figure trains is all higher than the blank space. Someone, side of your face, with the head knocking that, drop a head, pop a show, stop a joke, got the illness. Flow with the lyrics, you gotta feel it. Through the whole damn village. It's something serious for us. over now, nobody's sober. Everybody looks old enough to be soldiers. Wouldn't be a holdout, industry sold out. Leaving kids no route but to go back. Eventually cursing, every conversation. Such here ties out, left over nation. Lower intellect to the sack, someone looking there's a lot more money if you become a junkie. Walk around horny cause your eyes be naked. Nobody sees showing everything sacred. Head to your chakras, causing you shaking. Breaks in the making, ready to just take it. Hardcore drugs in the mind of the young, cause grown ass niggas won't control their tongue. Hip hop is really a synonym for love, but under their watch, look at what we become. Zulu Nation, peace and love. Temple of hip hop, peace and love. DJs, MCs, breakers, graffiti artists. Knowledge, fashion, language. Come on. Starting intelligence, taking outright. Killer thoughts, other death as a soundbite. Sound right, no rapper kids about your situation. Only if you won't know your radio state. Never educating with the power they require. Fabricating what's important, leads to the fire. Shooting the family in the last financially. People dying in the process of such a body. Lyrical bodies trained on the weak mind. High the body incarceration like a cool Simon. Now they ain't letting cats out, so what's next? You will be stuck behind bars. Complexity, if you search history, this is not mystery. All we're meant to fail with the 1% filtering the sex, fashion, music, hype, drugs, liquor, don't lose your life. Come on, real hip hop in here. Yo, when I say hip, you say hop, hip, hip. When I say hip, you say hop, hip, hip. When I say hip hop, you say loyalty, hip hop, hip hop. When I say temple up, you say hip hop, temple up, temple up. When I say Zulu, you say nation, Zulu, Zulu. Y'all jam to this real quick. Yeah. Hold on, your mic is off.
That was dope.
Yeah, that was back in 2012. Loyalty.
Your hair, that was a short haircut. Man, you look like you was 12.
I was on my way.
You was definitely on your way. I forget about Shakespearean.
Oh, yes indeed. Yes indeed. The Shakespearean black. Straight up. I did
hardcore.
Oh yes. And I was talking about how they only care about voting on their radio station and pretty much what you were saying is in that performance, which is kind of
wow.
How that synced up real quick. I did figure out a way, at least for the certificates to go down, so that the attendance thing isn't so crazy. What I would advise everyone is to go and buy a notebook. It's only like $1.50. Take notes on each presentation that we do as we read through the Gospel of Hip Hop, and in order to get your certificate, you got to send in your notebooks. And the Temple of Hip Hop will archive them and go through them to make sure that it's really real. And then in turn, we can then present a certificate. Do you agree, TEACHA?
Yes and no. Yes, I love the notebook part because also we can give code words or this week's code word is, although dudes could always give the code word out, but if we operate at a higher level of secrecy and unity and respect, so you get the code word. If you come in for the attendance, you get the code word right there. Put this word in your book next to this date, and we will know all the code words going down. I like the idea also of taking the notes. There will be a test. There should be a test. a hip hop test, in that area. But now you're going to turn this whole discussion into that, and I am reading the gospel of hip hop.
No, I was just to me, I thought it'd be easier, or at least to be able to see. Yes, I thought of the same exact thing: the code word or a certain word that's mentioned without, or when you stop at a certain place and say, make sure that this line is in your notes. And,
right, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And things, so then we could just look at them or look through the notes and make sure that those lines are in there, as well as a literacy of comprehension of obviously what's being discussed as well.
You're making me think about the gospel of hip hop, where we say highlight this or highlight that. The highlights at the end of the gospel of hip hop will also have numbers next to them. So there'll be a combination going through the entire gospel of hip hop. The highlights will be in paragraph 10, paragraph 3, paragraph 55, paragraph. So it'll, the test score, the test will be the highlights 10, 15, 3, 50,
right,
25, so like that, which was all the highlights, which means you did see the highlights. You have the study points. You know how to get through the gospel of hip hop. You can be a teacher of the gospel, an instructor, a hip hop cultural specialist, the ones who need to be hired, like Simone was talking earlier, and like I alluded to as well within my talk. But yeah, get back to it. And on top of that, having this public forum in this kind of way, those that are listening to us, send your ideas also forward, because what we do with ourselves here is also going to, it's the model. Remember, we're the first. This is what you got. The responsibility got to be on you. We're the first. So let's hash out some really good ideas. Let's come to what is a hip hop validation. I have my own ideas. Obviously, Sun One has ideas, and I know Simone got ideas. But what are your ideas? Send them forward. Send them forward because we're all thinking, and we are the first. So let's come up with a real, authentic hip hop certification. What should a hip hop scholar know in order to say that they are truly that, and can roll with us? It's going to start with the gospel of hip hop. For us, it's going to start here. Others may pick up and do their own thing later on, but for us, the first, it starts with our literature. Other books are coming out as well. I keep begging Temple members to write books and put out more books. All of us needs to produce. We need to produce more. As members of the Temple of Hip Hop, you have to consider producing your album, your movie, your book, your album. Don't just listen to us talk about hip hop. Although that's illuminating for the mind. That's what we're dealing with. But you got to move your body too. You got to move your body. You got to master the elements. You got to get up. You got to negotiate. You got to finish your projects. So let me take a look at this. Sun One. Let's go back. Let's get back to it.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later, I guess. As a matter of fact, I guess everyone will send in their comments now and flood the situation. But I'm eager to hear.
Send or somebody asked where to send the suggestions. Send it to the Temple of Hip Hop or Temple of Hip Hop at thetempleofhiphop.org.
Maybe want to put that up. I don't know.
Yes. Yep. I'll put it up. Let me see. Banners. Are you starting on page 5?
I should, right? I actually was going to read the table of contents.
Oh, no doubt. You should read the front too.
Well. To be honest with you, no. And let me answer you directly. No, I'm not starting at page 5.
Yeah,
because actually, let's get started. What I want us to do now. Oh yeah, there you go. Temple of Hip Hop at the templeofhiphop.org.
I'm gonna have it going across because that was a little.
Yeah, it got a little crazy.
Yeah.
But you know, I'll start off by saying that because this is the first call and we are documenting this as well, we are recording this. Let me be clear with you and just say that this is the Gospel of Hip Hop. It is the first book of its kind. It took me 14 years to write it. I started in 1994. When I realized I am hip hop. I am not just doing hip hop, I am hip hop. And I went to the founders of the culture, Zulu Nation, others, Hurt, Flash, you name it. We went to everybody and sort of got their permission. Not sort of, we got their permission and their support to create this document. And that's what it is. This is why the book, when you see it at the front, it says The Gospel of Hip Hop, First Instrument, presented by KRS-ONE for the Temple of Hip Hop. This is not a book that's really for the public. This is not a novelty project or some sort of entertainment project. This is not what this is. This is an instrument. It's the first instrument that declares hip hop a legitimate culture. It's the first writing out of the actual culture, and we're proud of that work. A lot of people put their effort into this work. I give intellectual credit and spiritual credit in the book as well to a whole host of people, that actually helped with the creation of the Gospel of Hip Hop as well. So I don't take authorship for this book in its technical sense. This was really divinely inspired. Many names and hands and comments and ideas and experiences had to happen for this book to exist. So I say what's written is First Instrument presented by KRS-ONE, not written by KRS-ONE, presented by KRS-ONE, because these are notes that were taken over a 14-year period. All the conferences, the summits, the meetings, little things that went on. Hip hop turned this corner, changed. It was all documented, and we wrote it down right here. So that's the cover. You should also look at the outside of the cover. Those that have their Gospel of Hip Hop, you will notice on the outside of the cover of the Gospel of Hip Hop, there's well, I was gonna say plants, but what this outside is rose hips and barley hops. You get this? Rose hips and barley hops. When we represent hip hop in agriculture, we bring the rose and hops. You know, like hops to make beer, barley hops, even, and those hops as well. And there's other variations of the hop plant. So we bring rose hips, which is the seed pod inside roses, and barley hops. The two together is hip hop. That's what surrounds the entire book. That's the meaning of that altogether. So when you open the book up, it says the Gospel of Hip Hop, and it's basically a reproduction of the cover as well. I've used these pages, let me put it this way. I've used these blank pages as autographs or as taking notes, write autograph or put notes down on these pages. You'll also see here as well another copy of the front cover here as well with the book itself. As we go, we have the list of overstandings, the list of overstandings. This is what we call our chapters, overstandings. This is the list of overstandings. Let me read them out to you and put this into history. Order of overstandings, a new covenant, the love, the promised land, the first overstanding, which is real hip hop, the second overstanding, which is the definitions, the third overstanding is the divine performance, the fourth overstanding is the H law, health, love, awareness, and wealth. The fifth overstanding, the inner city. The sixth overstanding, the seasons. The seventh overstanding, the seventh sense. The eighth overstanding, endarkenment. Track 1, track 2, track 3, and track 4. The ninth overstanding, the freestyles. The 10th overstanding, the spirit of graffiti art. The 11th overstanding, the teacher. The 12th overstanding, the movement. The 13th overstanding, the hip-hop activist. The 14th overstanding, the hip-hop declaration of peace. The 15th overstanding, down by law. The 16th overstanding, our God, the great event, track 1, track 2, and track 3. The 17th overstanding, the temple of hip hop. The 18th overstanding, the origins of hip hop, track 1, track 2, track 3, track 4, and track 5. And finally, the shout outs. As we turn the page, we arrive at page 5, and we see a quote by Edgar Cayce. Heaven is not a place you go to, it is a place you grow to. And this sets up the development of the hip hopper right at the top. Those who don't know who Edgar Cayce is, you need to find out. Edgar Cayce is a phenomenal individual, medium, seer, psychic, philosopher. He's just a man all the way around. But Edgar Cayce, and a healer, but Edgar Cayce had some profound things to say about the nature of humanity, about the nature of spirituality, and so on. And when we were putting this together, Edgar Cayce kind of stood out as the premier psychic figure that was closest to hip hop. We had to go through a lot of different books, a lot of different philosophers, a lot of different articles and things that were not books, but were writings by other philosophers to create the gospel of hip hop. And Edgar Cayce kind of stood out. He kept coming out. So this statement here is one of the statements that kind of exemplifies the hip hop spiritual path. Heaven is not a place you go to. It is a place you grow to. And then you turn the page and it starts a new covenant. And notice that we are starting a nation. So everything's new. We're the first. And again, we're not puffing ourselves up. This has nothing to do with no ego. Leave that at the door. This has nothing to do with being some exalted figure. Leave all of that at the door. This is about awareness and responsibility. Try to remember that, boys and girls. Awareness and responsibility to that awareness. We are the first. That's it. We didn't ask to be the first. This is the cards we were dealt. Kool Herc is still walking around. Flash, Dougie Fresh, these people are still walking around. The people who actually made the culture are still walking around. Okay, we are the first to do what we are doing. That means we've got to get this right now, because lives are at stake. People in the future are not going to understand or really be in a bad shape because we didn't do what we were supposed to do in our time. They got to suffer in their time. That's not our work. To be conscious of your role as a hip hopper, as a hip hopian, to be conscious of your role as a hip hopper, you got to know that there's going to be people coming after you, and you are the first hip hopper. So in the end, the last days of others became the first days for us. All praise, glory, and worship be to God, the love that rescued us from oppression and ignorance. That's it, y'all. That's what rescued us. Don't get it twisted. No television, no corporation, none of that. Before all of that, when nobody was around, when nobody cared about us, nothing. When nothing was nothing, okay? A force came and rescued us. And that's what we remember here. And to all future generations of hip hop, know this: it is this love that has delivered this gospel to our people for our correction and survival. This gospel comes to us as the physical manifestation of God's grace and love for hip hop. This is the physical manifestation of God's grace and love for hip hop. Do you realize that hip hop, if you look at it, if you could see hip hop as a spiritual path, then hip hop would be the first and only indigenous spirituality to the United States of America. Every other religion, spiritual path, mystic, whatever mystery school is foreign to the United States. All of them, everybody, you name it, it comes from another country. The U.S. has yet to produce a spirituality for its people. And I suspect that's why we acting crazy, because the U.S., America doesn't have an indigenous spirituality. Hip hop may have solved that. In 2012, most of the calendars, the Hopi calendar, the Mayan calendar, even the Gregorian, the calendar we're dealing with, these calendars all predicted that a new age was coming in. A new age was coming in. It was on a 2,600, 26,000, 26 million year cycle. Those that remember 2012 and what was going on. Remember, the vortexes were supposed to open up and the world was supposed to, there was a whole movie done. The world went crazy, lava everywhere. Well, that 2012, when 2012 was going down, this was a new age. It was predicted that new spiritual thinking and new cultures would arise during this time. It wasn't just about the earth acting crazy. It was new culture, new spiritual thought, and a new consciousness. Human consciousness was going to shift in 2012. Well, we were prepared in 2009. This book was published in 2009, took 14 years from 1994, published in 2009, and then came 2012. And we were the first indigenous spiritual thought for the United States. This comes from the streets of the United States of America. This comes from the hood. This is what our people need to know in terms of divinity and a conduct that'll get you into your 80s, get you into your 70s, get you into 100 years old. I'm already in my 50s. I feel great. Why? I'm living this. Seems like a commercial, right? I feel great. Why, Johnny? It's this. And it is. The truth of the matter is peace, love, unity, joy. Put these at the top of your list. Put these at the top of your list. Not money, power, and respect. Well, actually, there's a list for that somewhere over there. But it's not above your health, your love, your awareness, and your wealth. That's the H law. It's not what is above your health. What is above your ability to love, give love? What's above your awareness? What's above your wealth, which is your health? What is above that? Nothing. It's time to get like put things in perspective. What is important? And if we don't know what's important, then we live the crazy life like many people are living. And that's why we put this together, the gospel of hip hop. It's indigenous to American streets. And thus, it's indigenous to the urban hood. It's indigenous to urban life globally. Globally. And that's why we're proud of our work. So, and to all future generations of hip hop, know this. It is this love that has it is this love. That's what we call God throughout the entire book, the love. It is this love that has delivered this gospel to our people for our correction and survival. This gospel comes to us as the physical manifestation of God's grace and love for hip hop. I am but one of many who was saved by such love. In my time, your past, I am called TEACHA. T-E-A-C-H-A. That's a legal term in hip hop. I was present at the first time. I am the firstborn, and I am from the age of Leo. I have come to call our hip hop nation into existence. That's KRS-ONE's bio right there. Let me hit you with it one more time. That's that. If you want to know what KRS-ONE is about, I'll put it right at the beginning, right here. I am but one of many who was saved by God. That's me right there. Saved by such love. In my time, your past, because I'm talking to the future, I am called TEACHA. I was present at the first time. And these are code words. First time. I am the firstborn, and I am from the age of Leo. I have come to call our hip hop nation into existence. This protects hip hop from others having to claim, oh, we started hip hop culture. We did this, and you really a corporation. You really had nothing to do with us later on, 300, 400 years from now. Others coming along just because you sold our products, you now want to say you was part of the culture. No, you wasn't. There was a culture and there was a corporate, and we were representing the culture. We put it down in world history. The code words. Teacher is not teacher with an E-R, teacher. Different type of educator. And it's explained within the gospel. I don't need to go through that here. It's actually the 11th overstanding. If you just want to go there and read, go right ahead. But we'll get to that later on. Code word, teacher. And I'm sorry, those that I'm talking to those that actually have a copy of the Gospel of Hip Hop. If you don't have a copy of the Gospel of Hip Hop, you can go on Amazon, get a copy. You could go to KRS-ONE.com and get a copy. And it is in some bookstores. Some people even sell them used as well. You're going to need this if you're going to read the book with us for the duration of the year. Code word. I was present at the first time. Now, I mention that because the first time is a double meaning. One was I was present at the beginning of hip hop. 73, 72, Bronx, 1520, 1600 Sedgwick Avenue. I was there as a young kid. Literally, hip hop starts on my block, you could say. Hip hop started on my block. I was there. I was there from the first time. But the word first time is also a term in, Egyptologists use it as well, but archaeologists are the ones that use it when you're marking the first time a culture came into existence. And this combination of I was present at the first time, I am the firstborn, and from the age of Leo. That goes back to the building of the pyramids, where archaeologists believe that the pyramids are 10,500 years old. And 10,500 years ago was the age of Leo. I'm pointing back to an ancient civilization, which is not Egypt or Kush, but it's our civilization. It's where we come from. Our talents, our traits, our likes, our dislikes, even down to the way we look. Some of us come from a specific group of people. And we get away from this sometimes. We don't really think about what it takes to make you and who you really are. But that's what this spirituality is all about. That's what truth is really all about. Getting down to the real essence of who you really are. What it's really all about. You know, what is your purpose? What is the meaning of you? What's your existence? What is your being? We'll be talking all about that through the gospel of hip hop as well. But this is what it means. First time, firstborn, age of Leo. I was hearkening to the pyramids, again, 10,500 BC. And you can go online. This TV shows that since then have come out about this and so on, about the pyramids being older than the pyramids at Giza, being older than what people think they were, and how the Sphinx was underwater at a certain period of time. So I was just alluding to that. But in a modern sense, I was at the first time when hip hop first began in the neighborhood, on the very block, in the very building. I am the firstborn of my biological family, and I am the firstborn of hip hop, meaning that if Kool Herc is the father, I am indeed the son. Then you have age of Leo. I am a Leo. And the age 10,500 BC, which is where archaeologists are predicting that the pyramids were made, was the age of Leo. I am a Leo. I'm born August 20th. I'm actually a Leo. I'm a Leo. I'm actually a Leo on the cusp of Virgo. Those that are into astrology, you know what I'm talking about, or a horoscope, you know what I'm talking about. I'm on the cusp, right? When the transition's going down. Got a lot of craziness going on with me over there with that. But I'm a Leo on the cusp of Virgo, August 20th, 1965. So, and of course, I have come to call our hip hop nation into existence. That's the point. That's the point to this book. That's really the point to my existence, but the point to this book itself, the way I approach hip hop is not as a music genre. I approach hip hop as a nation, as a culture, as a community of people. The music is just a calling card, but you cannot deny our fashion, our language, beatboxing, DJing, graffiti art. We have everything that a civilization has. We're just being downplayed and degraded by those that don't want to see us rise. And that's what I'm saying at the first part of our teaching that goes with this. You know, we're being deliberately disrespected. And if you're serious about hip hop, you should get serious with those that are seriously disrespecting your culture. And I'm not talking about artists. The artists are stupid, don't even know what's right or left. I'm not talking about no artists. I'm talking about those who do know. Like, you know what you do. You know what you do. And that could be an artist, that could be an executive, that could be a journalist, that could be any of these people who engage hip hop. You know what you do. You know what you're doing. You know what you're playing does not exemplify anything that hip hop was about in the 80s, 90s, or even in the new millennium up to right now. You know we do concerts and tours. You know they're packed out with people yearning for this sound. And you're going to play the opposite. Think about that for a minute as we continue to read. To all futures, and this is where the acronyms come in at the very top. To all future generations of hip hop, and this is me talking to all future generations of hip hop. I am the b-boy who destroys all negative circumstances every day spiritually. And the acronym there is dances. I am the b-boy I'm the b-boy who dances. And the acronym for dances is destroys all negative circumstances every day spiritually. And that's what the dance originally did too. I am the MC who reaches above poverty skillfully. Did you get that? Reaches above poverty skillfully. Raps. I am the MC who reaches above poverty skillfully, the divine word warrior, known in my time as the blast master. See, this doesn't really matter now because I'm talking to you like this. This will matter 300 years from now, 500 years from now. When people are scrambling for information, if you don't write it out specifically for people to understand, get it, compare notes, go get your work, go get your stuff, see what other people said about you. This is affecting world history. This is not an entertainment history. That's a fake, illusionary, gone today, here tomorrow history. We're not dealing with that. We're dealing with real world history, and this is how you have to write it for those that are writing their books as well. This is how you have to write it. Be explicit. I am the graffiti writer who thinks and grows spiritually. I draw peace, love, unity, and joy. And draw is in italics because it's being used twice. I draw peace, love, unity, and joy, and I draw peace, love, unity, and joy. I am the DJ who delivers justice while cutting, mixing, and scratching with life. Delivers justice, DJ. Thinks and grows spiritually as tags. I am a boxer whose body expresses art through sound, beats. I play God's instrument. I am the fashion that uncovers the fear and shame hidden in oppressive nations. Fashion. I am the language that loves and never gets understanding amongst grown-up educators. I am the utterance of my culture. I am known as knowledge reigning supreme. I build and destroy, heal and inspire with the right combination of words. I am the entrepreneur who presents expert negotiating that repeatedly escapes poverty's routine experiences, never exploiting unlimited resources. That all of that is an acronym for entrepreneur. In my time, I am self-created and self-sustained to this very day. I am hip hop. I am not just doing hip hop, I am hip hop. I am the watchman in the tower of hip hop's inner city, urging my people to turn from sickness, hatred, ignorance, and poverty and be restored to health, love, awareness, and wealth. I am the teacher, a witness to the activity of God within and around hip hop. I was present at the beginning of this world age, August 11th, 3114 BC. And I was again present at the births and transformations of hip hop since its artistic organization at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx, August 11th, 1973. I am a true witness to the divinity and cultural history of hip hop. Hip hop is my family. I am like the people I teach. I am like the people I am among. I am not ashamed or afraid of my family. I am hip hop. In my time, your past, I am called the conscience of hip hop. The conscience. Rolling Stone called me the conscience of hip hop. That's why I threw it in there. In my time, your past, I am called the conscience of hip hop. I am the stepfather and legal guardian of hip hop. Notice how I said stepfather. That's what all cultural specialists are to hip hop. Kool Herc is the recognized father of hip hop. All of us that follow in the tradition of that kind of hip hop are stepfathers and stepmothers. We take care of hip hop on that level. We're like guardians. In my time, I am called the conscience of hip hop. I am the stepfather and legal guardian of hip hop. This I confirm to those truth-seeking hip hop scholars in my future. MCing is my craft, and I have mastered my craft. I am hip hop, and in my time, I have mastered myself. To all my hustlers, thugs, and gangsters trying to survive in these mean streets, this is your gospel. This is your gospel. The authors of this book went through your life experiences, know all about your life experiences. To all my gods, goddesses, revolutionaries, and street scholars, and conscious hip hoppers, this is your heritage and birthright. This knowledge is your heritage and birthright. Don't let them tell you that your heritage and birthright begins on a television with a rap video. Your heritage and your birthright begins right here. Right here. It could begin other places. You know, those that are privileged to have a parent that is a pioneer of hip hop. You got something special going on there. But for everyone else that is joining the culture, has a heartfelt, sincere loyalty to hip hop, wants to master the craft, wants to continue the authentic culture from the beginning. That's where the gospel's written. You can partake in the continuation of the original culture by knowing this, mastering this, adopting the character of the gospel of hip hop. Let's go forward. This is the good news. This is the good news for you. All praise, glory, and worship be to God, the love that loved us first as hip hop. God is real, and hip hop is evidence of God's real existence and love. Hip hop is God's response to our suffering, and this gospel celebrates that response and the personal character that caused such divine responses to occur. All praise, glory, and worship be to God. You hear that, God? The love that topples whole kingdoms and sets up new civilizations from the debris of the unrepentant. We are humbled before God, the author of hip hop. Other cultures and nations were created in other ways for other reasons and have certain divine responsibilities that they must adhere to. Other cultures have a certain grace over their communities, and we are not authorized or encouraged to demean or disrespect in any way the faith and or religious practices of others. You see that? That's explicit. But as for us, as for our group, commonly known in the world as hip hop, this gospel acknowledges and celebrates the love that has saved our people from self-destruction. It is time to repent now and grow up. Rapping about crime and murder may sound good amongst those who have never committed such acts. But for those of us who are real in the field, we send this message to our young people. You don't really want it. For with this first instrument, we remember God and how we were rescued by unseen forces more powerful than any government on earth. For when all seemed hopeless and oppression seemed permanent, a caring, protective, nurturing, creative force, independent of all the world's political, business, educational, and religious institutions, swept through our hearts and our homes, and we were rescued from sickness, hatred, ignorance, and poverty with a behavior that we eventually began to call hip hop. And we must never forget this. With this first instrument written at the time of hip hop's cultural beginnings, we remind all future generations of hip hop to never forget the love that has saved us from self-destruction. Hip hop has no other creator, no other savior, and no other architect. Love alone takes credit for the creation and further development of hip hop, because before we even knew we were hip hop, God, the love that saved us from corruption, had already ordained us as such and set us free in the world with power. This is what actually happened. This is before, and I tell you, I'm taking you back to the 70s. This is before anybody even knew the word hip hop. We were congregating it. Some circumstances, situations are putting us together. We don't even know why we together. I don't know why I know you. You don't know why you know me. Circumstances are moving on us to form this culture. This is at least 12 years before a record company would even look at us. Take a look. I'll say this part again. Love alone takes credit for the creation and further development of hip hop, because before we even knew we were hip hop, God, the love that saved us from corruption, had already ordained us as hip hop and set us free in the world with power. What a great gift. What a great love. What a great God. But how soon did we forget, after we had eaten and were satisfied, how hungry we were just a moment ago? How quick did we forget our own strategies to our own success? We ate the fruit, but never replenished the seed or replanted the seed. We drove the car far, but never looked at the gas tank meter. Know this, God's love, hip hop, is like a car that many people found with a full tank of gas, topped off and ready to go, a gift freely given to all who would hop in. Now that we have driven this car for over 30 years through all kinds of terrain, the time has come to repair and replenish our beloved vehicle so that it may last another 30 years. However, now that everyone has gotten where they intended to go using the vehicle, there seems to be little motivation toward the upkeep of the vehicle itself, hip hop itself, the cause of everyone's good fortune. God's love, hip hop, is like a banquet laid out before hungry people. Many people today are eating well, but they are not the chefs of their own meals. They eat, but they don't really know where their food comes from or even how it was prepared. They themselves were never truly hungry or homeless or even had to prepare their own food for themselves. They just sat down and started eating at an already laid out table. Therefore, the life lessons learned from being hungry and homeless, which accompanied the skills of the chef, are absent from the copied presentations of the imitator, and any success found during this state of ignorance is indeed short-lived. Did you get the parable? Did you understand the parable between the chef and the other person who just sits down to eat? The chef had to get his hands burnt, had to get his fingers cut to be called chef. So the chef has a different relationship with the meal, with the prepared food, than someone who just sits down and eats. And hip hop as culture is the same way. There's real chefs that put the culture together, like Raekwon, the chef, that really put the culture together. And others are just sitting down at the Raekwon table saying, yes, I understand what Wu-Tang is about because I got the t-shirt. So let me read this part one more time. This is important. And by the way, I'm reading the 25th paragraph off page 9, going into page 10. I'm at the 25th paragraph. And I'm reading in the middle of it. I'm actually on page 10, but I'm reading at the top in the middle of it. This is a very important line. Therefore, the life lessons learned from being hungry and homeless, which accompany the skills of the chef, are absent from the copied presentations of the imitator, and any success found during this state of ignorance is indeed short-lived. This is how many today treat God and hip hop. They seek the hand and not the face. They seek the luxury, but not the culture, the food, but not the appetite, the house, but not the home, the medicine, but not the health, the bed, but not the rest. They would rather use God or hip hop than live God or hip hop. But such are the acts of desperation, and such behaviors are expected of a people who have been traumatized as we have been. Hip hop saved us and made us not only rich, but important and well-respected worldwide. Imagine, hip hop did that for us. How then can we forget God, the love that protected us and raised us up? How can we forget about hip hop, the craft that feeds us and gives us identity? However, in my time, your past, many have already forgotten the love of God, Desperate and impoverished and suddenly propelled to the top of the world's social circles, they marvel at the effects of their own artistic skills, caring little for the cause of such skills. They just want to eat. And because they know not what causes their good fortune, they have become frantic and greedy, content with being imitators of the original presenters of the saving force, hip-hop. Such an approach works fine for those who are not really serious about living hip-hop for real. Such an approach to hip-hop works fine if you are only participating in hip-hop to get out of poverty or make a name for yourself. This approach works if you got something else to do and or somewhere else to go. But for those of us who live hip-hop and seek enlightenment through hip-hop and are seeking to raise a family while being an MC or DJ, etc., those of us who are without purpose, as well as those of us who are burdened with purpose, we have no time to waste. At this very moment, while you read this gospel, you are being called out of the world again for your own protection and development. Will you answer the call this time? Repent. God is closer to you than your nose. Gee. Now it is time to take your hip-hop spiritual life more seriously. Now is the time to take your hip-hop spiritual life more seriously. Now is the time to align your hip-hop identity with God's nature and not be distracted by the doubts and suspicions of others. Now is the time to declare, I am hip-hop, and begin living from that realization in God. Hip-hop is your birthright. It may not be anyone else's birthright, but it is indeed yours. I want to say that one more time. Hip-hop is your birthright. It may not be anyone else's birthright, but it is indeed yours. And if you decide to throw away your birthright because of the doubts of others, it is only you that suffers, because they are maintaining their birthrights and cultures with faith while you destroy your heritage with doubt. I love those people who come up and talk all about the divinity of their culture and how great and ancient and God is in their culture. And then the minute you start talking about hip hop and the divinity of hip hop and how great our culture is, it's like, oh, no. You mean rap? No. We have real culture. And for you to get to real culture, you have to dress like us or come into our culture. Your hip hop culture is not real culture. Our culture, and whatever that is real culture. Everybody's willing to stand by their culture. And that's important that you do stand by your culture. But when a hip hop is going to stand by their culture, the way everybody else stands by their culture, and say they call gods with their culture, the ancestors with their culture, they don't let you disrespect their culture. But everybody could just disrespect hip-hop, take from hip-hop, use hip-hop, exploit hip-hop. How is this right? How is that right? That's what we're talking about right here. Hip-hop is your birthright. You better start defending it. It may not be anyone else's birthright, but it is indeed yours. And if you decide to throw away your birthright because of the doubts of others, it is only you that suffers, because they are maintaining their birthrights and cultures with faith while you destroy your heritage with doubt. Now is the time to actually become hip-hop, to actually be the nation that we know we are. Such is life. I mean, your word. Such a life, however, is not for everyone. Many amongst us are just trying to use hip-hop's artistic elements to escape poverty. And when they have attained the money, power, and worldly respect of escaping poverty through hip-hop, we don't see or hear from them anymore. They and their careers vanish. This is why today is the greatest moment for hip-hop and hip-hoppers. Now that the desperate part of our family has been fed, clothed, and sheltered, they are gone. Hip-hop itself was never their focus. They just wanted to use hip-hop to relieve their own suffering, and once such suffering was dealt with, They, the desperate, went on to do acting, open businesses, basically live as the rest of the world does. But this was never the intention for hip hop or hip hoppers. As we have observed now within our 36-year history, 1973 to 2009, when this was published, hip hop was a saving force. If hip hop didn't do anything else, what it actually did in real history is rescue the children of a scattered and impoverished people from certain death. That's a fact. Yes, hip hop has inspired the development of breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing, beatboxing, street fashion, street language, street knowledge, street language, street knowledge, and street entrepreneurialism. But all of these elements basically did one thing. They saved us. So now that we and the desperate part of our family have been satisfied, they, the desperate part of our family, are no longer in our way. And this was in 2009. Everybody got fed, everybody got money, everybody did their movies, everybody went into all types of other things. And hip hop was again left to itself. And this is where we do most of our great work, where people are not even paying attention to hip hop as culture. They're too busy eating and drinking and getting money and buying jewels and diamonds and all this stuff. And we go to work doing our conferences, printing our books out, doing movies, trying to teach people about the culture itself. And again, this is not about no grandizement. I tell the apprentice of the temple all the time, don't thank me for anything. This is my responsibility. If you have the awareness that this belongs to you, that hip hop belongs to you, it's not about thanks. It's not even, it's about none of this. It's about, yo, this is mine. This is mine. This belongs to me. Okay, so I'm not going to allow you to degrade it. I'm not going to allow you to disrespect it. And like I said, this is how other people are approaching their cultures, and rightfully so. You don't let nobody come in your house and disrespect your family, disrespect your kitchen, your bathroom, your bedroom, your living room. They just run rampant, taking stuff, taking it outside. This is how we treat in hip hop. And this is why our call is so important here. We got to deal with this. We got to deal with this, or our children are not going to be able to function like and when I say our children, I mean the future. You know, hip hop has a chance to change the future, to enhance it, to make it better. We're the first. And also I'm coming up on my third hour. Son One, I'm going to come up on the first break of this. I see my point right here. I'm not going to go through the entire first the New Covenant, the beginning. I'm going to read a little more and stop somewhere down here. I had a note down here somewhere, and I'm looking for it now. I'm going to stop somewhere down here, and we'll pick this up next Sunday and continue reading the gospel with commentary in that sense. But let me continue reading. Get ready for our closing. I'd like you to take us out on this first reading, and then we'll take it from there. Let me pick up from, yes. Let me pick up from paragraph 36 on page 12. Paragraph 36, page 12. We are indeed. No, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Let me do 35 and make sure I'm in history correctly. Paragraph 35, page 12. Here we go. So now that we and the desperate part of our family have been satisfied, they, the desperate, are no longer in our way. We now have the liberty to explore the true meaning and purpose of hip hop, the love that freed us from oppression, because the music industry has finally collapsed in my time. All praise, glory, and worship be to God, the love that freed us from exploitation and slavery, because that's what it was. We are indeed happy that the impoverished part of our family has eaten and has been clothed and sheltered. We pray for their continued security, but their ways are not our ways, and their results are not our results. They are indeed our family. You know, all the dudes getting money, but the whole 90s. Okay, they are indeed our family, but within our family structure, we are the firstborns. We're the big brothers. We are the elder sisters and brothers. God expects more from us. We are hip hop's original cultural architects, its caretakers, its teachers. And this is what I mean about grandizement, ego, conceit, even being thanked for this work. No. Once you realize that this is your culture, you get to work on its preservation. And that's what this is. Thank God the music industry collapsed, because that was about exploitation and slavery, and it was only going to get worse. We are indeed happy that the impoverished part of our family has eaten and has been clothed and sheltered. We pray for their continued security, but their ways are not our ways, and their results are not our results. They are indeed our family, but within our family structure, we are the firstborns. We are the elder sisters and brothers. God expects more from us. We are hip hop's original cultural architects, its caretakers, its teachers. We are hip hop's janitors, cleansing and restoring hip hop for the next generation of hip hoppers. Know this: with every generation, hip hop gets dirty because of how it's used in the world by that generation. Hip hop is then cleansed and restored for each generation by its janitors who work within the temple of hip hop. And I mention that because there's no grandizement here. We on our hands and knees cleaning the floor of hip hop after everyone else has eaten and drank. And you ever seen the people come in? Well, those are, wow. This is what I'm trying to say. Movie theaters, which are now a thing of the past. Well, when we used to go to the movie theater, sometimes you get into the movie theater early and there be popcorn, all type of stuff on the floor. There'd be people walking around and have to clean up the movie theater and clean up the movie theater. It'd be disgusting. Okay, the movie theater, people don't even think that you should pick up after yourself and put yourself. No, they got popcorn all on the floor. Frank stepped on with the Coke soda on, like just ridiculous. Okay, and these people have to clean it up. Well, that's us. That's us. That's the temple of hip hop. Every generation, hip hop gets dirty because of how it's used by the generation. And it's not a judgment or anything. It's just, it gets dirty. The use of anything needs to be re-oiled, refreshed, cleaned, brought back up for the next generation. Think of hip hop as a hotel room that generations keep coming in and messing up the sheets, destroying the bathroom. But you got to come in after they leave. You come in and restore the room. That's the temple of hip hop. That's the internal work of the temple of hip hop. To restore hip hop, just do the work. Forget the praise, forget the criticisms, forget the disrespects, forget the respect. Of course, we all want to be respected, sure. But that's not what this work is about. This work is about, do you understand that you are the first? And therefore, you got to get to work, because there's going to be people after you. That's what it means to be first. That means there's going to be a second, and a third, and a fourth, and a fifth, and 100th, and 1,000th, and 1,000,000th. And you are the first. So get to work. Finish your book. Put out your movie. Finish your clothing line. We need you. We don't need these corporations to keep representing hip hop with their products. We have to push out product and say, we are hip hop putting out product. The culture itself is putting out product for itself. That's what has to happen. And it happens with you putting out your book, putting out your movie, putting out your album. Blah, 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 blah. Therefore, if you love hip hop and appreciate all that hip hop has done for you so far, regardless of your artistic expression, take up your broom and mop and begin the cleanup of your culture. If you are not the desperate part of our family, prove it now by taking your hip-hop life seriously. This proves you're not desperate. Join in on the cleanup. Everybody want to join in on the diamonds. Everybody want to join in on the chicken. Everybody want to join in on the wine. But what about the cleanup? If you are not the desperate part of our family, prove it now by taking your hip-hop life seriously. Join in on the cleanup. Your reward shall be greater than anything the world can ever offer, and I'm living proof of that. I can't even tell you what the reward is after 20 years. It's unspeakable. You just have to look at me and say, whatever. Chris is still doing it. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? I hope my skin looks clear. I hope I don't look sickly and crazy. But but I say that respectfully, because after 20 years, like I said, I feel great. I feel great. I'm strong. I'm healthy. I'm vibrant. My mind is working. I got stuff to do. This is all because I'm living a lifestyle, a technique. This has become my habit. Remember, this is 25 years for me. Really, it's like 35 years for me. It becomes a habit. And when when peace, love, unity, and joy becomes a habit in your life, how can you walk around with a frown on your face? You're happy all the time. Even when things ain't going right, you still got peace, love, unity, and joy in your life, even though you got struggles, even though you got challenges. Things happen, you know, all the time with me, my family, all types of stuff. Things happen, but we have peace, love, joy, and unity. So we're doing it within that. You know, try to think on these levels. And this is also for younger people as well, you know, just getting started in life. New marriage, new baby, new house, new home, stuff like that. This is the character that'll get you through 30 years, 40 years. Forgiveness will get you through 30 years. Charity will get you through. Respect will get you through. This is how you get to 60 healthy. Join in on that cleanup. The gospel, this gospel, is a strong disinfectant which is poured onto our rags, clothing, fashions, our brooms, dances, and our air fresheners, microphones, our mops, markers, and spray cans, our scrub brushes, turntables, and our buckets, culture. While cleansing, we make our own music with our own bodies. It doesn't matter what you may rap about. Now is your chance to become a serious participant in the preservation of the hip-hop arts and sciences. Once you get in on the cleanup, this is the beginning of the scholarship. Don't matter what you rap about. Once you get in on the cleanup, you start learning about the culture. You start learning about what you're cleaning up. In hip-hop, and within hip-hop's real history, we have never been the desperate and impoverished part of our family, us, everyone on this call. We were and still are the faithful, the humble, the loyal, and most of all, the grateful. And this is what begins the seeing of the vision that God has for hip-hop. It is first our appreciation for hip-hop and for what God has done for us with hip-hop that leads the grateful to start asking some real questions regarding not hip-hop, but the love that sent hip-hop to us. But we can never posture like we are somehow better or more holy than others when God's actual grace is upon us now. We are humbled by God's obvious mercy. It is first our respect for God and our acknowledgement that something was given to us that we did not work for or even deserve that leads us to explore the spiritual meaning and purpose of hip-hop. It is our acknowledgement of the force that has saved us that reveals to us the plan and purpose such a force has for us. Something happened to us over a 30-year period that resulted in our complete transformation and restoration. Hip-hop baffles the world today. Those who knew that we were trapped because of the traps they set for us. You hear what I'm saying? They knew we were traps. They set for us. Were amazed and baffled not only when we didn't die, but when we rose up and took everything our oppressors of the 20th century had, including their children. We, hip-hop, belong to no political, religious, financial, educational institution or group in the world. Yet each of these institutions have used hip-hop in their own desperateness to attract new followers to their causes. For a culture with no central home base, no financial backing, no religious affiliation, no political organization, not even a race or an ethnicity that it can call its own, this culture, hip-hop, created out of the historical activities of America's inner cities, has risen up and completely established itself in the minds of youth everywhere, and has completely sidestepped the entire world system and ways of achieving success and stability in the world. Such a culture is indeed beyond this world and its power structure. Such a culture reveals the activity of God, the love that rescued us. This is the beginning of the hip-hop spiritual life. Not a lot of bells and whistles, not a lot of claims to divinity, just simply living a life that shows appreciation for the force that rescued us. It's about living a life of gratitude, which is expressed by asking the great rescuer, for what purpose did you save me? And how may I serve your interests, which are clearly in harmony with my own? Such a question is asked not in words, but in deeds. The way in which you live is what actually shows God your level of appreciation for all that has been gracefully given to you. Appreciation for God's grace is shown in how you treat others. Again, appreciation for God's grace is shown in how you treat others. Matter of fact, you know what? I think I'm going to highlight that. Let me, I had a green marker. We're going to do a highlight right here, y'all. This is going to be one of the first highlights. And notice that every time I do a highlight, it's going to be a key to the teaching of hip hop. It's going to be a key to the character you have to have. I'll use a Sharpie. No, I got it. It's going to be a key, and this is one of the keys. This is one of the keys. The way in which you live is what actually shows God your level of appreciation for all that has been gracefully given to you. Appreciation for God's grace is shown in how you treat others. Just go ahead and underline that. Appreciation for God's grace is shown in how you treat others. Such an appreciation causes righteousness. The opposite causes judgment. This gospel is not about the critique of other religions. This gospel is not about Moses, Abraham, King Solomon, King David, or Jesus. This is not about Krishna, the Buddha, or the Prophet Muhammad. This is not about earth worship, or even Satanism or paganism. This is not even about atheism or some other philosophy. To each their own. We seriously respect them all and even see ourselves within all of these faiths and philosophies, all of them. Hip-hop is part of. However, I must say here that the only consistent minister, prophet, hip-hop has ever heard advocating its divine existence and authority is the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, who has repeatedly warned us and asked us, quote, "Who are you? You are the bearers of either light or darkness. If you continue to make your people think that the way we act is right, you are an emissary of darkness. You are not a bearer of light." It's one thing to talk about the condition out of which we live and say we keeping it real. But hell, is that the way you want to continue to live and keep the reality of what the slave master and his children have placed our people in? Is that the reality that you want? Or do you want something better for yourself and better for your people? Well, How will you get something better if you don't raise their consciousness to aspire for something better? That's our job. The artist is the most important person. Again, the artist is the most important person. You are the teachers. This is Minister Farrakhan saying this. The artist is the most important person. You are the teachers. The people listen to you. They don't listen to their preachers. Preacher's day is done. End quote. Minister Farrakhan, Minister Lewis, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. What we are dealing with here is back to the gospel now, reading. What we are dealing with here is a new covenant, a new vision, the birth of a new people. What we are dealing with here is the rediscovery of our ancient birthright, our original culture, which is our true religion. Did you hear that? Our original culture is our true religion. We have no time or authority to critique and judge the covenants God has made with others. We are concerned with how God is dealing with us today. If we can acknowledge the fact that hip-hop came to us as a saving force, we are then encouraged to ask, for what purpose were we saved? Why did hip-hop happen? Not how did hip-hop happen, but why did hip-hop happen? Yeah, hip-hop has made a lot of people wealthy, including myself. But the real question for the grateful and highly appreciative hip-hopper is why? Why is hip-hop hip-hop? What is the real purpose? These questions reach far beyond getting a little money. These questions lead to salvation and peace. For if we have evidence of an unseen force operating amongst us, and we do, such evidence should lead us to ask more questions regarding such a force that seems to love us very much. What kind of force is this? Is it God or is it our own egos? How can we know? Well, first, if we can acknowledge that God, the great unified field of infinite possibilities, is one great event, and we, hip-hop, are not separate from the oneness of such an event, then hip-hop too is an idea of God. And because we exist in the mind of God, we too belong to God and are heirs to a certain unique divinity unmatched by any other in our time. We can even see historically how other cultures have described the God force that saved them from certain death as a voice, an inner urging, a word that instructed them and guided them to victory. Such an urging is accompanied by seeming coincidences, miracles, natural events that line up with the intent of that urging. It is not words that God speaks, it is life, and the voice of life is love. This is God's word, and this is what saved us. This is quote now, Minister Farrakhan, going back to the quote. Public Enemy heard a word. KRS-ONE heard a word. Big Daddy Kane heard a word. Professor Griff heard a word. So when they heard the word inspired new thought. Yeah, pain. But then they started rapping. There was no beat to it then. It was just spitting out lyrics. But the lyrics were powerful. And the lyrics were not popular in the circles that produced us. Let me say it again. And the lyrics were not popular in those circles that produced us. Talking about the record companies. So they were producing themselves. So we were producing ourselves because our raps were not. This is Minister Farrakhan talking about really how hip hop started, really. So they were producing themselves. They were distributing themselves and becoming rich. And so those who always watch for trends would ask, what's the new trend among them? Ooh, it's called rap. Bring some of it. Let me hear it. When they took that in the room, they said, we can't gasp why the niggers are listening to this. Why, if they keep listening to this, our police won't have work to do. They, hip hop, gonna start building something. end quote. Minister Louis Farrakhan in 2007. When I was wandering around Brooklyn and Manhattan without a house or a home, it was this word that guided me. It was this word that showed me where to sleep and how to eat and when to study. This is how I became the teacher. I heard the voice of God and I followed it. That's straight up. It was this voice that led me to leave home at 16 years of age and drop out of high school to pursue hip hop. It was this voice that taught me things that I had never read or heard before, only to substantiate such knowing later in life. It was this voice that recited to me the poetry that I recite to others. It was this voice that instructed me in battle. It was this voice that inspired the Stop the Violence movement, 1989, Human Education Against Lies, 1991, and the Temple of Hip Hop, 1996, and This Gospel for Hip Hop, 2009. It was this voice that first called me teacher and instructed me on how to inspire both elementary and college students without ever having attended college myself. It was this voice that told me what to say at Yale University, at Harvard University, and at Oxford University in London. In fact, it was the instruction of God's voice, God's urging, that guided me through all of these colleges and universities I've taught at, even though I didn't even hold a junior high school diploma. Do you understand what I'm saying here? I'm speaking to the future and speaking to them about what's important. It was this voice that taught me how to teach. It was this voice that first called me KRS-ONE, and I've repeated it ever since. Obedience to this voice, the still small voice, is indeed the source of my intellectual strength and artistic longevity. All praise, glory, and worship be to God, the love that has lifted us up. This is exactly why this gospel is before you now. It is because that same still small voice that has guided KRS-ONE thus far is guiding you now. This is real. And if you are indeed hip hop, you must learn that there is a divine blessing and grace upon your life that you cannot afford to continue ignoring. And this is what the gospel of hip hop is all about. Now I'm going to stop here at paragraph 59. Next week we will pick up at paragraph 59, page 18. But let me just say this, that at the beginning of this piece here, what I've just read to you, the importance of this first has to deal with how serious do you take hip hop? How real is it to you? This is a spiritual document. So we're coming from a perspective of God, and it's real. God saved us. There was nothing for us. We was left in the street for dead as 8 and 9 and 10-year-old children. Nothing saved us. Hip hop came from within us, yet it was foreign to us. Hip hop came from us, but we didn't even know what it was. That's God. That's another intelligence working through you. God was putting us together, putting me at Cedar Park at 8 and 9 years old, putting me there with Cool Herc, 1520. I'm right there at 1600. I would become KRS later. How did I get to Jive Records? How do we get circumstances, situations, another intelligence making this happen? We at the Temple of Hip Hop recognize that intelligence, not just what we can get from the intelligence. We recognize the intelligence itself. And that's what it means to be part of this movement, to be part of this. We recognize God. We recognize supreme intelligence. We recognize cosmic consciousness. We recognize the Great Spirit. We recognize God. And we recognize God's influence on hip hop because we could see it. This is not, everybody else could say, you know, when things like this happen in their culture, they call it providence. But when these coincidences and miracles and these little incidents happen in our culture, oh, it's just a music genre. It's just, we got to wake up from that. We got to wake up from that because no one ever recognizes their savior until it's too late. People say they're looking for a man to come and be their savior when you don't realize that it's a culture and it's always been a culture. The Mahdi was always a group of people. The Christ was always a group of people. The Buddha was always a group of people. It's a consciousness that we deal with. That's the first half of this reading. That's the first half of this reading. How serious do you take hip hop? I take hip hop very serious. It's my religion. It's my spirituality. I approach the spiritual life through hip hop. I've gone through the other religions and I respect them dearly. I can verse, I can talk on any religion in the world. I feel comfortable in any temple, any synagogue, any church, any mosque, any hut. I feel comfortable there. But when it comes to a spiritual knowing and a character that deals with our people, that deals with rappers, breakers, graffiti writers, us who are being criminalized on television, us who are getting shot by the police, us who are going to jail by the droves, us who are clearly being oppressed by a Roman oppressive system, us. Ain't nobody speaking spiritual to us. Ain't nobody coming at us. Ain't nobody speaking truth to us. So God developed KRS-ONE, and KRS-ONE is developing the Temple of Hip Hop. And from there, what are you going to develop? How are you going to take this now and go even further? Because our work will outlive us. We have to know that we're doing a work that we're not going to see the end of. But if we don't do the work, it'll never happen. There'll never be an end to the work. So here we are doing the work. And this is the Temple of Hip Hop. Son One, where are you? Because at the end of the day,
I am here.
At the end of the day, how serious do you take hip hop? The rhetorical question I leave us with today is actually that. Why don't you take us out on our reading, a little bit of what we read today, and I'm going to see everyone back Sunday, 7 o'clock, same place, same time. We're reading the Gospel of Hip Hop now. We're going to read straight through this entire book. And those that want to be part of the attendance of that to receive their accreditation at the end of the reading of the book, make sure you deal with that Temple of Hip Hop at thetempleofhiphop.org going across the screen at the bottom there. I thank you all for listening. You know there's no me without any of you. So Son One, take it over. G. Simone is screaming in the background as well. Peace, love, unity, and joy. And she's yelling 555. You're holding up 5. She's holding up 5. She's holding her hands 5 in that sense. 5 is balance. Remember, balance between the material and the spiritual. KRS-ONE, Sunday. Get your Gospel of Hip Hop. Son One, what you got?
Listen, I take this extremely, extremely seriously. And I thank you, teacher, from the bottom of my heart, and really for everybody, I'm sure, who's in attendance right now, that you are who you are, that we have this Gospel of Hip Hop in our hands, that's going to be here forever. Hip hop is the greatest thing on earth. And I know this. I know this.
Sliced bread with butter.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We are here and we are live. So thank you very much, brother. I appreciate you wholeheartedly. This was a very historical day and night. Everybody should write this down in their notebooks and journals. Hip hop culture is eternal. For real. This is the first reading of the Gospel of Hip Hop by our teacher KRS-ONE, directly to us. This will be as a part of the historic outstreet of hip hop forever. This you have to understand, and with this week, I know all of us are aware that they had the groundbreaking ceremony for the Universal Hip Hop Museum. This very teaching right here, without a doubt, is I'd imagine would be in there, and one of the most important parts of the museum is definitely going to be in the Temple of Hip Hop's museum in the future. So it really doesn't get much better than this. To know those who have been with the Temple of Hip Hop for many years, I'm sure you realize the importance of what just literally took place. For those who are new, I am Minister Sun One, and I welcome you to the Temple of Hip Hop. I was actually, before I get into that, just make sure that you know that everything that was read, this is to be taken extremely serious. All of it. It's. I know it may seem as though. Well, no, actually, let me not say that, or let me just say that it's so deep. The words that were presented in just those pages that TEACHA read, and literally, you could very likely go line by line and meditate on what's being said. It's really that important that the comprehension of really the entire gospel of hip hop, but for the sake of today, what just occurred, the words that were read, the insight, the commentary that went along with it, you really don't get this from anywhere else that has a spiritual text in that sense, to actually have who the words came through, to really explain in depth what is being said and what's being taught, and to hear it from the actual mouth, so to speak. It's I know my appreciation is insane to that point, and how fitting in Hip Hop Appreciation Week. This, and also know that this wasn't planned. This literally, or clearly, God wanted this to take place. This came from a conversation at about 5:30, which TEACHA had, or from what he read in the beginning, and there was more to that. But we had discussed that obviously a great ending to Hip Hop Appreciation Week would be to have TEACHA begin the reading of the Gospel of Hip Hop. And I suggest you guys download it if you can, listen to it, and be prepared. Be prepared. Now is the time for you to take this seriously. Get your notes right. Stay this course. Don't let outside distractions take you away or discourage you from continuing this and reaching the final stage, which really isn't a final stage, but reaching the end of the gospel with the Temple of Hip Hop and our teacher KRS-ONE. Before we go, I just want to read this part in the Temple of Hip Hop. I'm gonna try to read through it real quick. Not really much commentary because it's self-explanatory. This is also on our website, and actually, my queen Ashley sent me a picture of a license plate that said HK646, and she knows or hip hop culture in 646. She said, "Wow, I need to look that up and see what it says." Needless to say, on page 646 in the 17th overstanding of the Temple of Hip Hop, I'll start actually right at the top. Those who do think very deeply about the past, present, and future states of hip hop as an internationally celebrated urban culture and lifestyle eventually joined the Temple of Hip Hop. Our society practices hip hop as consciousness in an effort to establish hip hop as a nation. Our role today is to be the nation that we would like to see. Our role today is to think and act like the nation we desire our children to live within. Here, we envision an urban spiritual movement that brings awareness to the rejected, awakens the minds of those without guidance, saves our people from their own errors in life, and restores them to spiritual maturity and peace. Not with judgment and criticism, but with a sincere care for those who simply do not know or have forgotten spiritual law. We believe and perceive in God. The Temple of Hip Hop continues to investigate, preserve, and promote the reality and nature of God through the language and culture of hip hop. We exist to interpret and teach spiritual reality of hip hop itself, as well as hip hop's relation to the divine. The Temple of Hip Hop does not induce mystical experiences, it acknowledges them. With God's guidance, we teach healing through awareness, rehabilitation through truth, and peace through purpose. The authenticity and trueness of our teachings are based upon its compatibility with the apprentice's own heart. You will know if you are a part of our nation by the feeling that such an idea gives you. With God's guidance, we envision a hip hop society that empowers itself through a heightened level of spiritual skill and unified comprehension of its own cultural principles and codes. One that would teach its people to live beyond the material world and their own physical senses, cravings, wants, desires, etc., in an effort to experience a heightened level of health, love, awareness, wealth, and most of all, truth. Hip hoppers who commit to the teachings of the Temple of Hip Hop join a community of like-minded people who practice hip hop beyond entertainment. Temple members help one another through the obstacles of life. We protect one another. We advise one another. We respect one another. We love one another. We support one another. Such is our strength. And it will take this strength to develop and sustain our nation. Our ministry society is not a fan club, nor a recording or fashion corporation. The Temple of Hip Hop is not even a physical place. It is an international hip hop preservation, ministry, archive, school, and society, mass. As a ministry, we promote the divinity of hip hop and its culture. We seek to relieve suffering through an awareness of useful spiritual knowledge. We are a self-realization ministry. We believe that God speaks through one's true purpose in life. As an archive, we seek to collect, document, and promote hip-hop's spiritual and material experiences in the world. Our aim is to continue developing our traveling hip-hop exhibits and official hip-hop museum archive for the remembrance and study of hip-hop's history, art, and culture. We intend to edutain the public as to hip-hop's spiritual first causes and material effects beyond music entertainment. As a school, we seek to teach hip-hop, and hip-hop to all interested apprentices and students. We believe that a good education does not prepare you for the job market exclusively. We believe that a good education helps you to realize and perfect your true life purpose. Such an education helps you become a better you. Finally, as a hip-hop society, we seek to preserve hip-hop's original causes. Whether it is with skill, influence, knowledge, art, and or money, as a society, our existence and activity ensure hip-hop's proper documentation in world history. Temple members silently help one another through the challenges of life without advertising the fact that we are temple members. Our aim is to silently relieve human suffering whenever and wherever possible. Temple members are those hip-hoppers who share a basic thirst for truth and an unshakable love for hip-hop. And there it is. And in closing, I'll read from page 292, paragraph 56. At some point in your training, you must finally accept the spiritual life and its powers and cease trying to live two lives in two opposing realities, one spiritual mystical and the other material worldly. You should repeat to yourself, I am a resident of God's spiritual inner city. I prefer to walk with God in the realm of the spirit. I have freely chosen God over the world, and I am content with my choice. Say all of this to yourself over and over again. I am content with my free choice. I am content with God's presence. Spiritual awareness is more important to me than the temporary sensations of the world. At some point in your training, you will be surrounded by fearful, desperate, doubtful people, most of which will be your closest associates, even members of your own family. But do not be depressed by this. They are there to help build your strength. Humble yourself and perform listening. This will be one of your greatest challenges. And there it is.
Grandchildren will determine whether this is religion or not. Like I said, it's your children that award you these honors, not yourself. If our children come back and say, great-granddad, great-grandma, they laid this down, this is my religion, then so be it. But right now, this is about the preservation of hip-hop, which I believe cannot be preserved without a common spirit. Amen. We keep avoiding this conversation, and it's time to have it. What does our God look like? All right. Where is our God? When you are born into this community, How do you enter the world? What is our birthrights as hip hoppers?
Truth.
What is our death rights? How do we get married? Do we have to go according to that law every time we want to get married, or do we have a new way to put a man and a woman or whomever together? And is it that? These types of discussions, I believe, are reserved only for the spiritual minded.
Sure.
So I can't give this to everybody. It's not for everybody. The gospel of hip hop is for those who, when you read it, it resonates with your soul. It's a confirmation, not an education. You already know what's here. Some of us just need to confirm it. Oh, I've been thinking that all my life. Now we're here. Because we're here, we can't be anywhere else. Because you're here, you can't die. Imagine death is part of other people's reality right now. Because of where they are. Life is part of your reality right now because of where you are. You deliberately came here. This is a deliberate act. Now, if you keep piling deliberate acts up, you see that man in the street, see that woman in the street, you deliberately help them. Not for them.
For you.
For you.
Exactly.
You deliberately go out of your way to help. Why? Because I'm adding great memories to my being. And in the future, when I add these memories up, it's going to equal peace. Our children need to know that. Our children need to know also that there are new spiritual rules to the new millennium. Those of us who are doing studies, we know, but we're not speaking. New world order. There is a new world order being planned every day. But hip hop is the true world order.
Get them.
Can you imagine? Get them. Can you imagine the plans of the new world order literally are like water to the steel of hip hop. Anything that is not natural is not real. Get them. Anything that is real cannot be destroyed. Right? Hip hop is the realest social movement on the planet.
That's right. You are hip hop.
On the planet. The realest. It's like steel. Speak on it. So then we have to speak on it. People are scared to speak. This is what's called controversial, and I hope I'm inspiring you to speak. There are new ways to view your spiritual life. Why are we not speaking about it? Here's one. This country is built on what is called the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. How can that possibly be wrong? Do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. Treat me the way I want to be treated. Or should I say this? I will treat you the same way I expect to be treated. That's my act. But this only works if you're in one community, living under one culture. The only way you can do unto others as you would have done unto yourself, if all of you are following the same cultural rules. That saying comes out of Nazareth, small community, Jews, and they all understand each other. So do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. You don't want nobody climbing through your window, so don't be climbing through nobody else's window. You don't want to get stabbed with a pitchfork, so don't you that logic. That works when there's one community following one thing. But when you enter a multicultural community like this, the rules change dramatically. Why? Because I'm Jewish. Am I expected to treat you Hindu the way I want to be treated?
No.
Matter of fact, I'm vegan. My best friend is steak down. Am I supposed to treat my best friend the way I want to be treated? Because I'm vegan, I put vegan on him because do unto others as you.
You gotta let them know.
Here's the platinum rule. A new term. The platinum rule. Do unto others as they would do unto themselves. Controversial, don't clap too hard. Because there's no right or wrong here. Look at the philosophy on it. Treat people the way they want to be treated. Don't treat people the way you want to be treated. Pretty selfish. Treat people the way they want. Here's the controversy even with that. So I'm a crackhead.
Treat you like a crackhead.
Am I supposed to treat you? See, this is when I'm just giving you the balance of it because it's not all one-sided right and all one-sided wrong. These are thoughts. These are what is called philosophy. You think in terms of how could our society be? If you change this, what do you get? Imagine a society with no cops.
I love it.
I like the way it sounds. Imagine, and respect due to law enforcement. I ain't dissing. But here's the point. We might have outgrown that as a society. Like, imagine a society with no law enforcement. Like, the first you gotta imagine a few things. First, imagine that you can govern yourself. First, let's start right there. Can we govern ourselves? Can hip-hop actually govern itself? That's number one. Number two. Can we actually say that question? I want that. Come on, say that, please. Can we actually govern ourselves? Number two. Here's number two. Are we willing to leave our place of residence, if New York, whatever, and say go to a place like New Mexico or the desert somewhere, and start a city? Start a city. A few hundred families get together, go do business off the I-40, over the I-10, create a city. If we cannot think like this, hip-hop will not be preserved. Listen to what I'm saying. The ideas of us being MCs, breakers, graph writers, DJs, beatboxers, that is the tradition and that will always stand. But as the thinkers, the forward thinkers of the culture, what are we doing to preserve the culture, preserve our children in the culture? And what about us in our older ages? When we're 80, hopefully, 90. Where are we? Are we in old folks' homes?
Screaming jigger jigger.
Screaming jigger. Nobody wants to say what we can say it amongst family. Where are all of us going? And while we're all partying, oh yeah, some of us gotta stop for a minute and go, wait a minute. When you're 75, what is this culture then providing? That's the mission we've always been on.
You must have Jay-Z Illuminati?
Been on that mission, dog. I'll come back to that. Hold on. fact, you know what? I'm gonna open this up. Let me put a period on that because it's formula right there. Let me put a period on it. Let me put a period on this.
It's a catch for me.
Because I'm not going to
Don't you mind? All day, come through fucking girl.
Let me say this. I'll put a period on this. Can we govern ourselves?
Yes, sir.
That's the question. First, can we govern? If we can govern ourselves, we can have a city. If we can have a city, then you can dictate the order of your environment. This is the preservation of hip-hop. Hip-hop is being attacked because we don't control our environment. This environment is hostile to our culture, which makes our children hostile to it. These lyrics. And you gotta come hard these days, especially coming from New York, places in the South. You gotta come with a battle lyric. But that's not what the culture was built upon. No. So what are we doing? Well, first, let's teach our children their authority first. And their authority stems from our authority. If we think we're weak, they think they're weak. It has nothing to do with us standing here right now. If you're blessed enough to understand the language of this, so be it. I hope it blesses your life. But really, the real hip-hop nation is not even born yet. My daughter, her child, will probably be the beginning of the hip-hop nation. Because we can start it here. And that's what we're going to find out if it's even possible. We can start it here. We will start it here. But here's the point. You know, with all movements, as we move forward, people start dropping off. That's why this movement is not based on any individual. Let me get that clear. This is not about worshiping of KRS-ONE. No, we're not trying to make hip-hop a religion. No, this is not some cult thing, some drink of Kool-Aid. This is the respect for our children. I took an oath that said as long as I live, hip-hop is going to be represented in a certain way. Many of us have stayed with that oath by your presence in this room. But it's our day now. It's our day now. It's time for us who have knowledge to step up and be courageous enough to share that knowledge now. Word. And if the knowledge is controversial, did you know that Ronald Reagan was a DJ?
Yeah. A DJ?
Yeah. A DJ.
Wow. I ain't know that.
President Ronald Reagan, he DJed on WOC, Davenport, Iowa.
He did Dutch.
DJ Dutch, his name is Dutch.
Same word.
Historian. DJ Dutch.
Historian.
Like LeBron James. I got
That's right. Facts, proof, evidence. I'm watching. I'm like, they deep with it. I'm watching it. I have no idea what they're talking about. But they said, yo, KRS said it. He said secret society. You know, I got next, walk on the 3 free throws. I'm talking about astrotheology. They're talking about easy Illuminati. And I used to really, care. That's the real word. I used to really care who was part of what group until I saw that. And I said, wow, look at the illumination on that. Wow. I'm watching something on the internet. These two dudes are breaking it down. And they coming up with like, so KRS, so KRS, Christ, so he's trying to say that he's the Christ, and and they're breaking my whole thing. And so the Illuminati felt the same way. You see, so Chris came with this, and I'm watching. And I'm like, this is crazy. But there's a part of me that says, but let me not interrupt it either. Leave that like that. There's an audience that needs to see that. is the audience that needs to believe that. And I'm only going to say that once because I don't want to give away their little bit. But what I'm saying is this, to come to your question, God. Whoever's a part of anything, they all have to answer to God.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
We are living in an atheistic society, which is fine. And I want to say that. If you don't believe, or should I say, if you don't perceive through God, well, fine. No diss. But those of us who do walk with divinity, those of us who do have one foot in the spirit world and the other in the natural, those of us who do cause miracles in our life, those of us who yell at the police, you could be down with brother. Whoever, Illuminati, body, John God. It don't matter when the true God walks in the room, all knees bow. That's right. And this is what we gotta become right now. We gotta return to that concept of calling each other God.
God, what up, God?
We gotta return to that. Because that's also the salvation of the United States when you really think about it. It's a jihad against the U.S. A jihad. That's a holy war. But we fighting with sticks and stones in a holy war. What would happen if President Barack Obama told the whole United States at 12 o'clock on Dr. King's birthday, the whole country is on its knees praying for peace? The whole United States would do it. The whole country would be down. 12 o'clock, the country would stop. We'd send up a praise. You want to see terrorists run?
That's right.
That's the philosophical basis for the war. Oh, you're infidels. You have no God. Oh, you're living your life any old kind of way. We're going to hit you. No, you're not. Let us activate our God as American citizens. We got a God too. We just took her out of the schools. Let me get you where we started. Come on, man. Questions? Yes, come on. Come on.
You told me to look to the side and love that. But there's one thing we have to ask.
But negates everything said before.
Come on. How close are we to the next civil war?
What was the question?
No, come on, that's a real question.
What's the next what?
How close are we to the next civil war?
There's those that believe like you, and that's right, and there's those that believe clearly that there is no other way but just kill everybody else.
I was in Florida about 3 years ago having a conversation with Elijah Muhammad's son. And his son told me this. He said it's interesting that hip-hop has conquered the entire world. What armies try to do with countries, hip-hop has done with every urban center in the world without busting one shot.
The dream continues.
Now look at this type of culture. When you say civil war, in one breath, I think it'll be just a civil massacre. Because there's no force on earth that can go up against hip-hop. When we unite for real, when you talk civil war, for real, imagine. Forever. When you really look at it, imagine if hip-hop united. That means the armies cannot be commanded anymore, because they're all hip-hop.
Exactly.
The Air Force cannot be commanded anymore. Navy, I mean, this is talking about civil war. If we ever got to the point where people says, you know what, I can no longer support this. I'm a police officer. I'm on the beat. This is my community. I'm tired of being looked at like some Overseer. I'm a real law enforcement person, and I'm looking at these clowns like they bugging. When does the real cop get to stand up?
When they have the V8 to straighten up.
That's
what it is when they have that V8.
Looks down, come on, man.
Break it down. I'm just saying, we all have to come together to do that. We all have to really speak out, like I said before, to do that. I mean, I'm not going to call shots. There's a lot of people in this room, and they say, oh yeah, I'm about it, I love you. And at the end of the day, it's like, all right, whatever.
Today's the day.
Actions speak louder than words.
Because we are being recorded. Action, no and this is a historic day. The gospel is written in its hour. I'm urging all spiritual people in hip-hop, write your gospel. Let this inspire you to tell your story. But I'm also saying that revolution only works for those that participate.
Exactly.